Hey my friends, tonight we're exploring the gentle evolution of physics from ancient wonder to the edge of Einstein's revolution. A story of curious humans asking simple questions that led to extraordinary discoveries. But before you ease in, if you don't mind, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps more than you will ever know. Also, please let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now turn off those lights, grab your blanket and let's begin, shall we? Imagine living in ancient Greece around 600 BCE, when the only technological concern you might have had was whether your olive oil lamp would have enough fuel to last the entire night. People who entered this world of basic tools and sophisticated ideas did something revolutionary. They began to ask why, rather than merely accepting because the gods said so. Instead of calling themselves physicists, the first physicists called themselves natural philosophers, which sounds far more respectable than people who spend too much time wondering why rocks fall down instead of up. However, that's exactly what they were doing, viewing the everyday world from a new perspective and rejecting the idea that mystery was a sufficient explanation for anything. One of these early wanderers was Thales of Miletus, who reportedly spent so much time gazing up at the stars that he once fell into a well while out for a walk. According to reports, his maid made fun of him by pointing out that he was attempting to comprehend the heavens while ignoring the ground beneath his feet. This may be the earliest known case of someone becoming so engrossed in theoretical physics that they failed to observe their surroundings, a practice that is still common in physics departments all over the world. However, Thales had a crucial insight. According to his theory, water in its various forms makes up everything in the universe. Now, before you write this off as archaic thinking, remember that he was putting forth a profound idea, that the astounding diversity of the natural world could have straightforward underlying causes. He was completely correct that the way forward was to look for straightforward explanations of complicated phenomena, but he was mistaken that water was the fundamental substance. Democritus expanded on this notion with a notion so revolutionary that it would not be fully comprehended for more than 2 millennia. He proposed that cutting something into ever tinier pieces would eventually result in pieces that were too small to cut. He referred to these fragments as atoms, which in Greek means uncuttable. In essence, Democritus was suggesting that the universe was composed of inconspicuous, minuscule building blocks, akin to cosmic LEGO pieces. Since Democritus lacked particle accelerators and microscopes, it wasn't that he was accurate in every detail. Rather, it was that he was thinking in the right way. He was saying that you could comprehend large, complex things by comprehending their smallest components. Although it would take centuries for anyone to figure out how to actually test these ideas, this reductionist approach would eventually become one of the most potent tools in physics. The ancient natural philosopher Aristotle, who was arguably the most influential, adopted a different strategy. He concentrated on what he could actually see, rather than making assumptions about invisible atoms. He observed how objects moved, fell, and behaved under various conditions. He then made an effort to arrange these findings into a logical framework that would account for everything. The physics of Aristotle resembled a complex categorization system for natural phenomena. Because they want to hit the ground more urgently than light objects, heavy objects fall more quickly. When something pushes something, it moves, and when that push stops, it stops moving. Heavy objects naturally congregate at the center of the universe, which is why the Earth is there. Because it wants to ascend to its proper location in the heavens, fire rises. We now know that the majority of Aristotle's particular conclusions were incorrect. However, his method, careful observation followed by methodical explanation, was spot on. He was looking for trends in the behaviour of nature, rules that could forecast the future in novel circumstances. Even though he had few scientific instruments at his disposal, he was conducting research. These early natural philosophers were brilliant because they believed that the universe made sense, even though some of their discoveries were remarkably prescient. They thought that rather than being the random whims of irrational gods, natural phenomena adhered to understandable laws. This presumption would turn out to be possibly the most significant concept in human thought history. A tradition of rigorous reasoning about the natural world was also being established by them. They were willing to approach problems methodically and follow reasoning wherever it led, even if it resulted in uncomfortable or counterintuitive conclusions, rather than simply accepting conventional wisdom. Every significant development in physics that followed would depend on this intellectual bravery. As you go to bed tonight, remember that these ancient philosophers were answering questions that still captivate us. What is the composition of the universe? How do things change and move? What basic laws apply to everything from far-off stars to falling apples? They lacked our resources and expertise, but they possessed something just as valuable, an insatiable curiosity and the endurance to consider basic issues carefully. The Islamic world kept the flame of natural philosophy burning after the fall of the Roman Empire. When Europe was busy forgetting much of what the Greeks had discovered, the next great leap in human understanding would eventually be supported by the picture libraries in Baghdad and Cordoba, where scholars preserved Greek texts while adding their own observations and insights. Ibn al-Haytham, also referred to as al-Hazan in the West, was one of these scholars who made the revolutionary move of insisting that theories about the natural world be put to the test against meticulous observations. This may seem like common sense, but keep in mind that for centuries most people were satisfied to settle disputes by citing historical authorities rather than paying attention to actual events. Light and vision particularly captivated al-Hazan. The ancient Greeks had some rather strange theories about how we see the world. For example, many thought that our eyes emit invisible rays that reflect off of objects, much like biological radar systems. Through meticulous experimentation, al-Hazan discovered that light moves from objects to our eyes rather than the other way around. In order to prove that light moves in straight lines, he constructed the first camera obscura, which is basically a gigantic pinhole camera. Al-Hazan gained insights from his work with optics that would take centuries to fully comprehend. He understood that light is bent by the atmosphere, which functions as a lens and influences our perception. This explains why stars appear to twinkle and the sun appears larger when it is close to the horizon. Al-Hazan was learning that observation itself might be trickier than it seemed, which would be important for future advances in physics. By translating Arabic texts, scholars in medieval Europe were rediscovering Aristotle. This led to an intriguing situation. Like playing telephone across centuries and cultures, European thinkers were learning Greek physics from Islamic commentaries. During a time when original scientific thinking was comparatively uncommon in Europe, this process kept the discussion about natural philosophy alive, even though it occasionally brought new concepts and confusions. English monk Roger Bacon, who lived in the 13th century, took Al-Hazan's focus on experimentation and ran with it. Bacon believed that thorough observation and methodical idea testing could reveal the mysteries of nature. He studied the characteristics of magnets, experimented with lenses and mirrors, and even conjectured about flying machines and mechanically propelled ships, concepts that would not be realised for centuries. Bacon's method was revolutionary because rather than merely interpreting ancient authorities, he argued that humans could uncover new truths about the natural world. This was potentially theologically dangerous as well as intellectually radical. What did it say about the completeness of revealed knowledge if people could learn new things about God's creation on their own? For centuries, the conflict between religious authority and natural philosophy based on observation would simmer and occasionally explode into major battles. However, rather than questioning religious doctrine, the majority of natural philosophers of the Middle Ages were able to present their work as a means of comprehending God's creation. It was believed that the same divine intelligence wrote both the book of Scripture and the book of nature, which they were reading side by side. Some of these conflicts were eased by the renowned medieval theologian Thomas Aquinas, who maintained that faith and reason were complementary rather than antagonistic. While theology addressed spiritual issues, natural philosophy was able to uncover truths about the material world. By avoiding direct confrontations with religious authorities, this intellectual division of labour allowed natural philosophy to flourish. Additionally, more advanced mathematical instruments emerged during the Middle Ages. Islamic sources taught European scholars algebra and Arabic numerals, which significantly enhanced their computational skills. They established the foundation for the quantitative method that would ultimately revolutionise physics by starting to apply mathematical analysis to physical issues. The stage was set for something extraordinary by the end of the Middle Ages. The value of meticulous observation and experimentation had been established by natural philosophers. They had access to progressively more potent mathematical instruments. They had established a framework for considering natural philosophy to be a valid approach to studying God's creation. They also had centuries worth of observations on everything from how light behaves to how planets move. The next thing they needed was someone who was prepared to question basic beliefs about the structure of the universe. Even though he wouldn't transform astronomy for several more decades, someone was already being born in a small Polish town. It's important to recognise the amount of intellectual foundation that had been established by centuries of patient thinkers who were happy to make observations, pose questions, and gradually advance human knowledge of the natural world before we met. Nicolaus Copernicus, imagine living a lifetime under the assumption that the sun, moon, planets, stars and earth all revolve around us in a complex celestial dance, and that the earth remains motionless at the centre of the universe. Then picture someone gently pointing out that perhaps we're in reverse, that perhaps we're the ones dancing while the sun remains motionless. It's difficult to exaggerate how fundamentally this idea upended the medieval worldview, which is precisely what Nicolaus Copernicus suggested in the 16th century. Copernicus had no intention of igniting a revolution. In reality, he was a fairly conservative man. A church canon who managed church finances, occasionally practiced medicine, and had a hobby of studying mathematics and astronomy. A technical issue in Ptolemaic astronomy troubled him. The mathematical models used to forecast planetary motions were growing more complex and laborious. He thought it was inelegant to keep adding circles within circles to account for observed planetary positions, like a lovely equation ruined by too many correction factors. Copernicus therefore attempted a thought experiment. What if the sun, not the earth, were at the centre of the planetary system? Something lovely occurred when he solved the math. The limited range of Mercury and Venus from the sun, the way Mars occasionally seems to move backwards against the background stars, and many other complex aspects of planetary motion suddenly made perfect sense. These were the inevitable results of tracking planetary motion from a moving platform, not enigmatic anomalies that needed intricate explanations. It was similar to realizing that the scenery outside a train window seems to move backwards because you are moving and not the scenery itself. Everything else's apparent motion becomes completely understandable once you comprehend your own motion. Copernicus, however, was reluctant to publish this theory. He realized that implying that the Earth moves was a fundamental challenge to how people perceive their place in the universe, not just a technical astronomical adjustment. According to the medieval perspective, humanity's unique place in God's creation was symbolized by the Earth's location at the center of the universe. Humanity appeared to be devalued from the center of divine attention to just another wandering planet, when the Earth was moved out to orbit the Sun. Copernicus spent decades refining his mathematical models and gathering evidence, but he was reluctant to expose his ideas to public criticism. Finally, in 1543, he published On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, presenting his heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience that happened to provide more elegant explanations for astronomical observations. The book was dedicated to the Pope and carefully framed to minimize theological controversy. The immediate reaction was remarkably muted. Most astronomers treated the Copernican system as an interesting mathematical tool rather than a literal description of reality. It was useful for calculations, but didn't necessarily mean the Earth actually moved. This response allowed the heliocentric idea to circulate and gain supporters without immediately triggering the religious backlash that Copernicus had feared. But some people understood the broader implications immediately. If the Earth was just another planet orbiting the Sun, what did that say about humanity's special status? If the universe was much larger than previously thought, and it had to be to explain why we don't observe stellar parallax as Earth orbits the Sun, what did that suggest about our cosmic significance? These questions would trouble theologians and philosophers for generations. The Copernican revolution also demonstrated something important about how scientific ideas develop and spread. Revolutionary concepts often begin as technical solutions to narrow problems within specialized fields. Copernicus was trying to improve astronomical calculations, not overthrow medieval cosmology. But ideas have consequences that extend far beyond their original contexts, and those consequences can transform entire worldviews. Moreover, the acceptance of new ideas often depends as much on their practical utility as on their theoretical elegance. The Copernican system gained supporters partly because it provided better predictions of planetary positions, which was important for navigation, calendar reform, and astrological calculations. People adopted heliocentric astronomy not necessarily because they were convinced the Earth actually moved, but because it worked better for practical purposes. This pattern, technical improvements leading to conceptual revolutions, would repeat throughout the history of physics. Improvements in mathematical techniques, observational instruments, or experimental methods often reveal new phenomena that require fundamental changes in theoretical understanding. The Copernican revolution was one of the first clear examples of this process, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. As you drift off tonight, consider how comfortable assumptions about the nature of reality can be quietly undermined by patient technical work. Copernicus didn't set out to revolutionize human thought. He just wanted to make astronomical calculations more elegant. But sometimes the pursuit of mathematical beauty leads to profound insights about the structure of the universe. Insights that force us to reconsider our most basic assumptions about our place in the cosmic order. Picture yourself in 1609, living in a world where the most distant things you can see clearly are perhaps a few miles away on a clear day. Suddenly, someone hands you a device that lets you see the craters on the moons of Jupiter, and thousands of previously invisible stars. This is what happened when Galileo Galilei turned his newly improved telescope toward the sky, and the universe has never looked the same since. Galileo didn't invent the telescope. That honour belongs to Dutch spectacle makers who discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects. But Galileo heard about these devices, immediately grasped their potential, and set about improving their design with the enthusiasm of someone who had found the perfect tool for satisfying his curiosity about the natural world. Within months, Galileo had built telescopes that magnified objects 20 times or more, far better than anything previously available. Then he did something that seems obvious in retrospect but was actually quite revolutionary. He pointed his telescope at the night sky and systematically observed what he saw there. Most people had been using telescopes to observe distant ships or enemy fortifications, practical applications that everyone could understand. Galileo was using them to explore the cosmos. What he discovered changed everything. The moon, which had appeared to be a perfect smooth sphere in classical astronomy, turned out to have mountains, valleys, and what appeared to be ancient impact craters. The Milky Way, which looked like a faint cloud to the naked eye, resolved into thousands of individual stars. Venus showed phases like the moon, cycling from full to crescent as it orbited the sun. Most dramatically, Galileo discovered 4 moons orbiting Jupiter. These weren't just distant stars that moved slightly from night to night. These were clearly satellites revolving around the giant planet in regular, predictable patterns. For the first time in human history, someone had direct observational evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around Earth. The discovery of Jupiter's moons was particularly significant because it demolished one of the main objections to the Copernican system. Critics had argued that if the Earth moved through space, it would leave the moon behind, like a horse outrunning its rider. But here was Jupiter, clearly moving through the heavens while keeping 4 moons in tow. If Jupiter could maintain satellites while moving, why couldn't Earth do the same? Galileo published his telescopic observations in a book called Sidereus Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, and it became an immediate sensation. Educated people across Europe were fascinated by these revelations about the true nature of the celestial realm. Some were sceptical. How could a mere optical instrument reveal truths that had been hidden from human eyes for all of recorded history? Others worried about the theological implications of discovering that the heavens were far more complex and diverse than anyone had imagined. But Galileo's telescopic observations were just the beginning of his contributions to physics. He was equally fascinated by motion here on Earth, and he approached the study of moving objects with the same systematic methodology that he applied to astronomy. This terrestrial work would prove even more revolutionary than his celestial discoverers. Galileo realized that Aristotelian physics, which had dominated European thought for over a millennium, was simply wrong about some fundamental aspects of motion. Aristotle had taught that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, that objects in motion naturally come to rest, and that the motion of projectiles required continuous pushing by the surrounding air. Galileo's careful experiments and mathematical analysis revealed that none of these ideas accurately described how things actually moved. Through ingenious experiments with inclined planes, pendulums, and projectiles, Galileo discovered that all objects fall at the same rate in the absence of air resistance, that objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless something stops them, and that projectile motion can be understood as a combination of horizontal motion at constant velocity and vertical motion under constant acceleration. These insights laid the groundwork for a completely new understanding of mechanics. Perhaps more importantly, Galileo pioneered the use of mathematics to describe physical phenomena quantitatively. Instead of just saying that objects fall quickly or slowly, he measured exactly how their velocities change with time. Instead of simply observing that pendulums swing back and forth, he discovered the mathematical relationship between a pendulum's length and its period of oscillation. This mathematical approach to physics was revolutionary because it allowed theories to make precise, testable predictions. If you knew the mathematical laws governing motion, you could predict exactly where a projectile would land, how long a pendulum would take to complete its swing, or how fast an object would be moving after falling a given distance. Physics was becoming a quantitative science capable of making precise predictions about natural phenomena. Galileo's combination of systematic observation, careful experimentation, and mathematical analysis established the methodology that would guide physics for centuries to come. He showed that human beings could discover the mathematical laws governing natural phenomena through patient, systematic investigation. This was a profoundly optimistic vision. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible to human intelligence, equipped with the right tools and methods. There's something deeply satisfying about the story of Newton's apple, even though it probably never happened quite the way popular legend tells it. The image of a young man sitting under a tree, struck by inspiration when a piece of fruit falls on his head, captures something essential about the nature of scientific discovery. Sometimes the most profound insights come from paying attention to the most ordinary phenomena. The real Newton was far more complex than the legend suggests. He was a mathematician of extraordinary talent, an alchemist who spent years trying to transmute base metals into gold, a theologian who wrote more about biblical prophecy than about physics, and a natural philosopher who somehow managed to create a unified mathematical description of motion that worked equally well for falling apples and orbiting planets. When Newton began his serious work on mechanics and gravitation in the 1660s, he inherited a collection of important but disconnected insights from his predecessors. Galileo had discovered the mathematical laws governing motion on Earth. Kepler had discovered that planets move in elliptical orbits according to precise mathematical relationships. Descartes had suggested that all natural phenomena could be understood through mechanical principles, but no one had figured out how to tie these discoveries together into a coherent theoretical framework. Newton's genius lay in recognizing that terrestrial and celestial mechanics were really the same thing. The force that makes an apple fall from a tree is the same force that keeps the moon in orbit around Earth and the planets in orbit around the sun. This insight, the universality of gravitation, was one of the most profound unifying principles in the history of science. But Newton didn't just propose that gravity was universal. He worked out the mathematical details with extraordinary precision. He showed that gravitational force decreases with the square of the distance between objects, and that this inverse square law could account for all of Kepler's observational discoveries about planetary motion. He demonstrated that the same mathematical principles could explain the tides, the precession of Earth's rotation, and the complex motions of comets. The mathematical sophistication of Newton's work was unprecedented. To solve the problems he was tackling, Newton had to invent entirely new mathematical techniques, what we now call calculus. He developed methods for analysing continuously changing quantities, for understanding the relationship between instantaneous velocity and position, and for calculating the forces required to produce complex motions. Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, was unlike anything that had ever been written. It presented a complete mathematical system for understanding motion and force, derived from just a few basic principles, and applicable to everything from projectiles to planets. The book was so mathematically sophisticated that only a handful of people in Europe could fully understand it when it was first published. But the implications of Newton's work extended far beyond technical mathematics. He had shown that the universe operated according to precise mathematical laws that human beings could discover and understand. The same principles that governed the laboratory bench also governed the motions of stars and galaxies. This was a breathtakingly unified vision of nature, and it suggested that everything in the universe, from the smallest particle to the largest celestial body, was part of a single, coherent, mathematically describable system. Newton's mechanics also established a new standard for what scientific theories should accomplish. A good theory didn't just explain known phenomena, it made precise predictions that could be tested against future observations. Newton's gravitational theory predicted the existence of previously unknown celestial objects, explained puzzling features of cometary orbits, and even allowed astronomers to discover new planets by analysing tiny irregularities in the motions of known planets. The success of Newtonian mechanics had profound cultural implications. If the universe operated like a vast, precise clockwork mechanism, what did that suggest about the role of divine intervention in natural affairs? If human reason could discover the mathematical laws governing all natural phenomena, what were the limits of human knowledge? These questions would occupy philosophers and theologians for generations. Newton himself was deeply religious and saw his scientific work as revealing the mathematical harmony of God's creation. He believed that the elegant mathematical structure of natural laws provided evidence for divine intelligence and design, but later thinkers would sometimes use Newtonian mechanics to support more materialistic or deterministic worldviews. The practical applications of Newtonian mechanics were equally revolutionary. Engineers could now calculate the precise forces and motions involved in mechanical systems, leading to dramatic improvements in everything from mill machinery to naval architecture. Navigators could predict the positions of celestial bodies with unprecedented accuracy. The Industrial Revolution was built in part on the mathematical understanding of mechanics that Newton had provided. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider the extraordinary intellectual achievement that Newton represented. He took the scattered insights of his predecessors and wove them into a mathematical tapestry that revealed the fundamental architecture of the physical universe. For the first time in human history, people could understand the cosmos not as a collection of mysterious phenomena, but as a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible mathematical principles. While Newton was revealing the mathematical architecture of motion and gravitation, other natural philosophers were grappling with phenomena that seemed more subtle and mysterious: heat, light, electricity, and magnetism. These forces could be felt and observed, but they didn't fit neatly into the mechanical framework that worked so well for understanding the motion of solid objects. Consider heat, something so fundamental to human experience that we rarely think about what it actually is. For centuries, most people assumed that heat was a kind of invisible fluid called caloric that flowed from hot objects to cold ones like water flowing downhill. But Dalton's atoms were still hypothetical entities inferred from indirect evidence. Nobody had actually seen an atom or measured its properties directly. The atoms remained invisible and, for all practical purposes, undetectable by any direct means available to 19th century science. The first hints that atoms might have internal structure came from studies of electricity. Michael Faraday's experiments with electrolysis, passing electric currents through solutions of various compounds, showed that electric charge and matter were related in precise quantitative ways. It took a definite amount of electric charge to deposit a definite amount of any given element from solution, suggesting that atoms themselves might carry discrete amounts of electric charge. These studies led to the discovery of what we now call the electron. J.J. Thomson, working at Cambridge University in the 1890s, was studying the behaviour of electric currents in evacuated glass tubes. He found that these currents consisted of streams of tiny, negatively charged particles that were much lighter than any known atom. These corpuscles, as Thomson initially called them, seemed to be fundamental constituents of matter, pieces of atoms rather than complete atoms. Thomson's discovery was revolutionary because it showed that atoms were not indivisible after all. They had internal structure and could be broken apart under the right conditions. This raised fascinating questions. If atoms contain negatively charged electrons, they must also contain positively charged material to balance the negative charge. How are these positive and negative components arranged within atoms? Thomson proposed what became known as the plum pudding model of atomic structure. Atoms consisted of a diffuse sphere of positive charge with negatively charged electrons embedded within it, like raisins in a pudding. This model explained the overall electrical neutrality of atoms while accounting for the emission of electrons under certain conditions. But the plum pudding model wouldn't survive for long. Ernest Rutherford, working with his students Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden, conducted experiments that revealed the true structure of atoms in dramatic fashion. They fired alpha particles, energetic, positively charged particles emitted by radioactive elements, at thin gold foils and observed how these particles were deflected. According to the plum pudding model, alpha particles should pass through the diffuse positive charge of gold atoms with only slight deflections, like bullets passing through soft targets. Instead, Rutherford's team found that while most alpha particles did pass through with little deflection, a small percentage bounced back almost directly toward their source. This was completely unexpected. As Rutherford later said, it was like firing artillery shells at tissue paper and having some of them bounce back. The only way to explain these results was to assume that atoms had a very different structure than Thomson had proposed. Instead of diffuse spheres of positive charge, atoms must contain tiny, dense nuclei carrying all the positive charge and most of the mass, with electrons orbiting these nuclei like planets around the sun. Most alpha particles pass through the mostly empty space between nuclei, but the few that happened to approach nuclei closely were deflected or reflected by the intense electrical forces near these dense concentrations of positive charge. Rutherford's nuclear model of the atom was a triumph of experimental physics. It showed that atoms were mostly empty space. If an atom were expanded to the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be about the size of a marble at the centre, with electrons somewhere in the stands. This was a startling picture of the structure of matter. the solid objects of everyday experience were revealed to be mostly emptiness, held together by electromagnetic forces between tiny, widely separated particles. But the nuclear model also created new puzzles. According to classical electromagnetic theory, orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a fraction of a second. Atoms should be completely unstable, yet they were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Something was seriously wrong with the classical understanding of electromagnetic radiation at atomic scales. Meanwhile, other investigators were discovering even more puzzling aspects of atomic behaviour. Studies of atomic spectra, the light emitted or absorbed by atoms, showed that atoms could only emit or absorb radiation at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines. These spectral lines were like fingerprints that could be used to identify different elements, but classical physics provided no explanation for why only certain frequencies were allowed. Max Planck's work on blackbody radiation had already suggested that energy might come in discrete packets, rather than continuous amounts. Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect had proposed that light itself consisted of discrete particles carrying quantized amounts of energy. Now, atomic spectroscopy was suggesting that atoms themselves could only exist in discrete energy states. All of these discoveries were pointing toward a radical conclusion. The classical physics that worked so well for describing the behavior of large objects might not apply to the microscopic world of atoms and electrons. The atomic realm seemed to operate according to different rules. Rules that allowed only certain energies, certain orbital paths, and certain frequencies of radiation. As you settle in for the night, consider how these early atomic investigators were discovering that the familiar, solid world of everyday experience was built from components that behaved in utterly unfamiliar ways. The atoms that make up your pillow, your blanket, and even your own body are mostly empty space populated by particles obeying rules that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations of scientists. The universe was revealing itself to be far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. As the 19th century drew to a close, physics found itself in a curious position. On one hand, the achievements were breathtaking. Newton's mechanics explained the motion of everything from billiard balls to planets. Maxwell's electromagnetism unified light with electricity and magnetism, and thermodynamics had revealed the fundamental principles governing heat and energy. The universe appeared to be a vast, comprehensible mechanism operating according to mathematical laws that human intelligence had successfully decoded. Yet careful observers were noticing cracks in this magnificent edifice, small experimental results that didn't quite fit the theoretical predictions, puzzling phenomena that seemed to violate established principles, strange behaviours that suggested the familiar laws of physics might not apply everywhere and under all conditions. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle anomalies that hinted at deeper mysteries. The behaviour of light presented some of the most perplexing puzzles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had triumphantly explained light as waves in the electromagnetic field, and this wave picture successfully accounted for interference, diffraction, and most other optical phenomena. But certain experiments seemed to require treating light as discrete particles rather than continuous waves. The photoelectric effect was particularly troubling. When light shines on certain metals, electrons are emitted from the surface, a phenomenon that should be easily explained by electromagnetic theory. The energy of the light waves should be transferred to electrons, heating them up until some have enough energy to escape the metal. This suggested that brighter light should produce more energetic electrons, just as brighter sunlight produces more heating. But experiments showed something completely different. The energy of emitted electrons depended only on the frequency, colour, of the light, not on its brightness. Dim blue light produced more energetic electrons than bright red light. Even stranger, below certain frequencies, no electrons were emitted at all, no matter how bright the light became. This was like finding that whispered words could break glass while shouted words could not, depending only on the pitch of the voice rather than its volume. Meanwhile, studies of atomic spectra were revealing that atoms could only emit or absorb light at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines that were as distinctive as fingerprints. Classical physics suggested that atoms should be able to emit or absorb electromagnetic radiation at any frequency. Yet experiments showed that only certain discrete frequencies were allowed. It was as if atomic violins could only play certain specific notes, never the notes in between. The structure of atoms themselves presented equally puzzling contradictions. Rutherford's experiments had revealed that atoms consisted of tiny, dense nuclei, surrounded by orbiting electrons, but classical electromagnetic theory predicted that such a system should be completely unstable. Orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a tiny fraction of a second. Yet atoms were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Perhaps most mysteriously, careful measurements of the speed of light were producing results that seemed to violate common sense. Maxwell's equations implied that light should travel at a constant speed relative to the electromagnetic field that supported it, just as sound travels at a constant speed relative to the air that carries it. This suggested that there should be a preferred reference frame, the frame in which the electromagnetic field was at rest, and that measurements of light speed should depend on the observer's motion relative to this frame. But the famous Michelson-Morley experiment found no evidence for such a preferred frame. The speed of light appeared to be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. This was like finding that the sound of a train whistle had the same pitch whether you were running toward or away from the train, a result that seemed to contradict everything physics had learned about waves and relative motion. These experimental puzzles were accumulating throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, creating a sense that classical physics, despite its remarkable successes, was approaching the boundaries of its applicability. The clockwork universe was still running remarkably well for most purposes, but careful examination was revealing phenomena that didn't quite fit the classical mechanical framework. Most physicists initially assumed that these puzzles would eventually be resolved through minor modifications to existing theories, perhaps by discovering new effects or making more precise calculations. The basic principles of classical physics, Newton's laws of motion, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, and the kinetic theory of heat, seemed so well established and so successful that fundamental revision seemed almost unthinkable. But a few prescient investigators were beginning to suspect that something more radical might be required. Lord Kelvin's famous comment about two small clouds on the otherwise clear horizon of physics reflected the general optimism that these minor puzzles would soon be resolved. Instead, these small clouds would grow into the conceptual storms that would transform our understanding of space, time, matter, and energy. The stage was set for the most profound revolution in the history of physics. The classical worldview had reached its limits, and nature was ready to reveal principles far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. The comfortable mechanical universe of the 19th century was about to give way to a cosmos governed by quantum uncertainty and relativistic space-time. A universe in which the familiar rules of everyday experience would prove to be approximations valid, only under limited conditions. But that's a story for another bedtime tale. For now, it's enough to appreciate how the patient, systematic work of 19th century physicists had pushed human understanding to the very edges of the classical worldview. They had explored the mechanical universe as thoroughly as it could be explored, discovered its fundamental principles and mapped its boundaries. In doing so, they had unknowingly prepared the ground for the revolutionary insights that would follow. As we near the end of our journey through pre-Einstein physics, it's worth pausing to appreciate the extraordinary pattern that had emerged from centuries of patient investigation. What had begun with ancient philosophers wondering why things fell down instead of up had evolved into a magnificent intellectual edifice that revealed deep mathematical harmonies underlying the apparent chaos of natural phenomena. The story of physics before Einstein is really a story about the gradual discovery that the universe speaks mathematics. Not the dry abstract mathematics of homework assignments, but a living, breathing mathematical language that describes everything from the flutter of falling leaves to the dance of distant galaxies. Each generation of investigators had decoded a little more of this cosmic language, gradually revealing the elegant simplicity that underlies nature's complexity. Newton's great insight was recognizing that the same mathematical principles governed motion everywhere in the universe. The parabolic path of a thrown stone and the elliptical orbit of Mars were both consequences of the same underlying laws. This mathematical unity suggested that the universe was not a collection of separate, unrelated phenomena, but a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible principles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory extended this unification even further, showing that light, electricity, and magnetism were all manifestations of a single electromagnetic field oscillating through space. The rainbow of colours in a sunset, the spark from a doorknob on a dry day, and the invisible forces that aligned compass needles were all different notes in an electromagnetic symphony that filled the universe. The kinetic theory of heat revealed that thermal phenomena, the warmth of sunlight, the expansion of heated metals, the pressure of steam in engines, were really consequences of the random motion of countless tiny particles. Temperature was molecular motion, heat transfer was the sharing of kinetic energy between particles, the gas laws were statistical descriptions of particle behaviour. Once again, apparently different phenomena were revealed to be different manifestations of the same underlying reality. This progressive unification was more than just intellectual satisfaction for physicists. It demonstrated that human reason, equipped with careful observation and mathematical analysis, could penetrate the deepest mysteries of nature. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible. Natural phenomena might appear chaotic and unpredictable, but they followed mathematical laws that could be discovered and understood. This was an extraordinarily optimistic worldview. It suggested that every mystery could eventually be solved, every phenomenon eventually understood, and every natural law eventually decoded. The universe was like an enormous but finite book written in the language of mathematics. Human beings had learned to read this language, and given enough time and effort, they could eventually read the entire book. The practical consequences of this mathematical understanding were transforming human civilization. Steam engines designed using thermodynamic principles were powering the Industrial Revolution. Telegraph systems based on electromagnetic theory were shrinking the world by enabling near-instantaneous communication across vast distances. Precision navigation, using gravitational astronomy, was making global commerce safer and more reliable. But perhaps most remarkably, the mathematical laws discovered by physicists were revealing unexpected connections between apparently unrelated phenomena. The same equations that described the vibration of violin strings also described the oscillation of electromagnetic fields. The same principles that governed the flight of projectiles also governed the orbits of comets. The same statistical methods that explain the behavior of gases also explain the properties of heat and temperature. These connections suggested that the universe possessed a kind of mathematical coherence that went far deeper than anyone had suspected. It wasn't just that natural phenomena obeyed mathematical laws. It was that these laws were interconnected in ways that revealed a profound underlying unity. The universe appeared to be constructed according to mathematical principles that human minds could discover and appreciate. This mathematical harmony had an almost musical quality. Just as a symphony weaves together different instruments and melodies to create a unified artistic experience, the universe seemed to weave together different physical phenomena to create a unified natural order. The ancients had spoken of the music of the spheres, the idea that celestial motions produced harmonious sounds that reflected the mathematical order of creation. While this literal interpretation had been abandoned, 19th century physics had revealed a deeper sense in which the universe really did possess mathematical harmony. Yet even as physicists celebrated these achievements, they were beginning to encounter phenomena that didn't quite fit the established patterns. The small experimental anomalies we discussed earlier were like discordant notes in an otherwise harmonious symphony. They suggested that the classical mathematical description of nature, however successful, might be incomplete. These puzzles weren't necessarily failures of the classical approach. They might simply indicate that nature's mathematical language was richer and more subtle than anyone had realized. Just as a simple melody can be developed into complex variations that reveal hidden possibilities within the original theme, the mathematical laws of classical physics might be special cases of more general principles that would prove even more beautiful and unified. This possibility was both exciting and unsettling. Exciting because it suggested that the greatest discoveries might still lie ahead, that the universe might possess mathematical depth that would dwarf even the remarkable achievements of Newton and Maxwell. Unsettling because it implied that the comfortable mechanical worldview of classical physics might need to be abandoned in favour of principles that would challenge basic assumptions about the nature of space, time, matter, and causality. As you drift off to sleep tonight, listen for the mathematical music that classical physicists had learned to hear in the natural world. The steady tick of a clock measures the flow of time according to principles Newton would recognise. The warm glow of a lamp represents electromagnetic radiation behaving exactly as Maxwell's equations predict. The gentle settling of your house reflects thermal expansion and contraction governed by the kinetic theory of heat. But also consider that this familiar music might be just the beginning of a much grander composition, one that would require new mathematical languages to appreciate fully and new conceptual frameworks to understand completely. The classical symphony of physics had reached a magnificent conclusion. but the universe was preparing to reveal entirely new movements that would transform our understanding of reality itself. As our journey through pre-Einstein physics draws to a close, take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary intellectual adventure we've shared. We've travelled from ancient Greek philosophers throwing rocks and wondering about the nature of motion, through medieval scholars rediscovering Aristotle and inventing new ways to think about natural phenomena, to 19th century investigators revealing the mathematical harmonies that govern everything from heat and light to electricity and magnetism. What emerges from this long story is a picture of human curiosity gradually unveiling the deep structure of reality through patient observation, careful experimentation, and creative mathematical thinking. Each generation built upon the insights of their predecessors, slowly constructing an edifice of understanding that revealed the universe to be far more elegant, unified, and comprehensible than anyone had originally dared to hope. The physicists whose work we've explored weren't trying to revolutionize human thought. They were simply trying to understand how things worked. Galileo wanted to know why pendulums swung with regular periods. Newton was curious about why planets moved in elliptical orbits. Maxwell was trying to make sense of the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Yet their modest investigations into specific phenomena gradually revealed universal principles that transformed our understanding of the cosmos. This is one of the most remarkable features of scientific progress. Local investigations often reveal global truths. When you study falling objects carefully enough, you discover universal laws of motion. When you investigate heat transfer systematically, you uncover fundamental principles about energy and molecular behavior. When you explore electromagnetic phenomena thoroughly, you realize that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. The universe seems to be constructed in such a way that deep truths are accessible through careful study of commonplace phenomena. The classical physics that emerged from these centuries of investigation provided a worldview that was both scientifically powerful and psychologically comfortable. It suggested that the universe operated like a vast but comprehensible machine, governed by mathematical laws that human reason could discover and understand. Every phenomenon had a cause, every effect followed necessarily from its antecedents, and given sufficient information about the present state of any system, its future behavior could be predicted with perfect accuracy. This deterministic mechanical picture of nature had profound cultural implications. It suggested that human beings, through scientific investigation, could eventually understand everything about the natural world. Mystery wasn't a fundamental feature of reality. It was simply a temporary condition that would be eliminated as scientific knowledge advanced. The universe might be complex, but it wasn't ultimately mysterious. Yet even at the height of classical physics success, careful observers were noticing small anomalies that didn't quite fit the established framework. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle puzzles that suggested the classical picture, however successful, might not be complete. The photoelectric effect, atomic spectra, the stability of atoms, and the constancy of light speed. These phenomena hinted that nature might operate according to principles stranger than anyone had imagined. These puzzles were like faint sounds from a distant country, barely audible but suggesting the existence of territories that hadn't yet been explored. Classical physics had mapped the familiar landscape of everyday experience with extraordinary precision, but there were regions beyond this familiar territory where different rules might apply, where new kinds of phenomena might exist, and where reality itself might prove to be far stranger and more wonderful than the clockwork universe of 19th century physics. Standing on the threshold of the 20th century, physics was in a position remarkably similar to geography in the 15th century. The known world had been mapped with increasing accuracy, trade routes had been established, and navigation had become a reliable science. But beyond the edges of the known world lay vast territories waiting to be discovered, territories that would prove to be far larger and more diverse than the familiar landscapes of Europe and the Mediterranean. Einstein and his contemporaries would prove to be the explorers of these new physical territories, discovering that space and time were far more flexible than Newton had imagined, that matter and energy were interchangeable, that uncertainty was built into the fundamental structure of reality, and that the universe was expanding, evolving, and far stranger than anyone had dreamed. But these revolutionary discoveries were only possible because of the solid foundation that classical physics had provided. You can't appreciate the strangeness of relativistic space-time without first understanding Newtonian mechanics. You can't grasp the weirdness of quantum uncertainty without first mastering classical electromagnetic theory. The revolution that was about to unfold in physics wasn't a rejection of classical insights, it was their fulfillment and transcendence. As you settle into sleep, consider that you've been privileged to witness one of the greatest intellectual adventures in human history. The gradual discovery that the universe is both more orderly and more mysterious than common sense suggests. The work of Galileo, Newton, Maxwell and their colleagues established that human reason, carefully applied, could penetrate the deepest secrets of nature. Their successors would discover that those secrets were far deeper and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. Tomorrow's sunrise will illuminate a world governed by the same physical laws that fascinated these earlier investigators. Gravity will still follow Newton's inverse square law for all practical purposes. Light will still behave as electromagnetic waves as Maxwell described. Heat will still flow according to the principles of thermodynamics. The classical physics we've explored together continues to govern the world of everyday experience with remarkable accuracy. But that same sunrise will also illuminate a universe that extends far beyond everyday experience. A cosmos where space and time are woven together in a fabric that can be stretched and curved, where particles exist in quantum superpositions of multiple states simultaneously, and where uncertainty is not just a limitation of our knowledge, but a fundamental feature of reality itself. The gentle story of physics before Einstein is really the story of human beings learning to see the universe with new eyes, discovering that reality is both more comprehensible and more mysterious than we originally supposed. It's a story that continues today, as each generation of investigators pushes further into the unknown territories that surround our island of understanding, always finding that the universe is stranger, more beautiful, and more wonderful than we had dared to imagine. Sleep well, knowing that you live in a cosmos whose secrets have been partially revealed through centuries of patient human curiosity, and whose deeper mysteries continue to beckon from beyond the edges of our current understanding. The universe delights in surprising us, usually in ways that reveal it to be more elegant and unified than we had previously thought possible. Sweet dreams of mathematical harmonies, electromagnetic symphonies, and the gentle dance of atoms that creates the solid reality of your pillow, your blanket, and the beating of your own heart. Before there were goddesses that transformed people into spiders because they were better weavers, or gods that threw lightning bolts, there was just chaos. Not the kind of chaos you get when your internet goes down during a crucial video call, but real primordial emptiness. You can see why the ancient Greeks simply shrugged and referred to it as chaos, if you try to explain what existed before existence itself. The first beings appeared from this cosmic soup of nothingness. Eros, the force of attraction that would later cause more trouble than a dating app algorithm gone awry. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit you can imagine. Think of your basement, but infinitely worse, and with more screaming. And Gaia, who was essentially Mother Earth before environmental awareness was fashionable. Being the productive type, Gaia decided that life was boring on its own and made the sky. Uranus. In ancient Greece, family trees resembled family wreaths, and everything was connected in awkward ways. You might think that having your mother create your husband sounds like the start of serious therapy sessions. The fact that Uranus and Gaia had children together should have been the first clue that something was amiss in the family dynamic. Among their descendants were the Titans, giant creatures that were essentially the first draft of godhood, strong, unkillable, and devoid of all sense of proportion or self-control. Consider them gods who have never been trained in customer service. Cronus, who would have been a perfect fit at any corporate takeover, was one of these titans. After observing his father, Uranus, Cronus concluded that committing patricide was a great way to advance his career. Cronus castrated his father and tossed the parts into the sea, using a scythe that his supportive mother Gaia had given him. The fact that this act gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, tells you all you need to know about the Greeks' perception of romance. Lovely, but with a history you probably don't want to delve too deeply into. Since Uranus was no longer involved, Cronus assumed control of the universe, wed his sister Rhea, again the dynamics of ancient Greek families were complex, and began what ought to have been a peaceful reign. But Cronus had heard a prophecy that, like his father, he would be overthrown by one of his children. Being a pragmatic person, Cronus came up with the straightforward idea of eating each newborn right away. At this point, the narrative takes a turn that makes even the most dysfunctional holiday dinners seem like fun. As Rhea watched Cronus gobble up their first 5 children like some kind of immortal baby-eating monster, she was understandably upset about her husband's unusual approach to childcare. Rhea had finally had enough of this particular parenting approach when Zeus, their sixth child, was born. Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and offered it to Cronus instead of baby Zeus, who was presumably too eager or too naive to notice the difference. Rhea spirited the real Zeus away to be raised in secret by goats and nymphs on the island of Crete, which explains much about Zeus's later personality, while Cronus swallowed the rock with his usual zeal. Imagine Zeus as a teenager growing up on a Mediterranean island surrounded by goats, discovering that he was destined to defeat his cannibalistic father and free his siblings from their unusual prison. This type of origin story would make superhero comics seem uninteresting, and it certainly clarified why Zeus never acquired what one could refer to as typical social skills. With the help of Metis, a titaness whose name means cunning intelligence, and who would go on to become Zeus's first wife, Zeus returned to confront Cronus after he had reached adulthood. Cronus became so sick from the emetic that Metis made him throw up Zeus's 5 siblings in the opposite order that they were consumed. Just think of how awkward it would be to be reintroduced to siblings who had lived their entire lives in their father's stomach. Poseidon, the god of the seas, who had apparently developed a permanent case of motion sickness from his time in Cronus's stomach. Hades, the underworld's destined ruler, who was already displaying signs of preferring solitude to family gatherings. Hera, who would become Zeus's wife and regret it for all eternity. Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture, and the only one who appeared to have come out of the experience with any sense of nurturing. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who looked at her family and decided that staying by the fire was far more important than participating in their drama. The Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Titans and the Olympians, followed, making contemporary conflicts seem like parking lot quarrels. Prometheus, who was reportedly the only Titan with anything approaching foresight, literally what his name meant, and other Titans who were fed up with Cronus's management style formed an alliance with Zeus and his siblings. Natural disasters would seem like minor annoyances compared to the devastation caused by the war that raged across the earth and heavens. Oceans boiled, mountains were flung like softballs, and reality itself was strained to its limit. Zeus learned that he had inherited the ability to control lightning and thunder, which made him extremely effective in combat, but for the rest of eternity, utterly awful at having conversations indoors. The Cyclopes were eventually released from Tartarus, where Cronus had imprisoned them due to their differences by Zeus. As a token of appreciation, these one-eyed smiths created Hades' helmet of invisibility, Poseidon's trident, and Zeus's well-known thunderbolts. It was like getting the ultimate package of divine weapons, with eternal warranties. Zeus' release of the 100-handed ones being so strong and terrifying that even Cronus had been terrified of them, marked a turning point. The Titans were ultimately vanquished by the Olympians with the help of these allies, and they were banished to Tartarus, where they would live forever thinking about the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family conflict. The 3 brother gods split the universe like partners dividing a business after winning the battle. With all the wisdom and self-control of a child who had never learned to share toys, Zeus took the sky and assumed the role of king of the gods. Because the seas were large, strong, and prone to abrupt, violent storms, Poseidon claimed them, which was a perfect fit for his temperament. Although his brothers initially believed they had gotten a better deal, Hades would demonstrate that he was arguably the most powerful of the 3 because he controlled both death and wealth. Hades drew the underworld. Zeus and his siblings needed a headquarters worthy of their newfound position as universe rulers after they defeated their father and won the cosmic lottery. They picked Mount Olympus, Greece's highest peak, in part because of the breathtaking views and in part because it was close enough to humans to meddle in human affairs whenever they felt bored, but far enough away to preserve a sense of mystery. With its golden palaces, ambrosia gardens, and overall sense of divine superiority, Mount Olympus developed into the first gated community in the ancient world. While the other gods set up their own realms within this celestial neighbourhood, Zeus hired the Cyclopes to construct him a throne room that would make any earthly palace appear like a garden shed. A family tree that would make any genealogist question their sanity was represented by the 12 Olympian gods who would govern from this mountain paradise. Zeus had never met a divine being he didn't want to have children with, regardless of whether he was married to someone else at the time, so the pantheon grew to include some of his children in addition to the original 6 siblings. Zeus and the Titaness Leto had twin children, Apollo and Artemis, who introduced hunting, archery, poetry, and music to the divine family. Apollo was the first triple threat performer in the ancient world, becoming the god of the sun, music, and prophecy. As the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis made the decision to remain eternally virgin, so she avoided her relatives' drama by spending most family get-togethers in the woods. After Zeus swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, to stop a prophecy that his children would overthrow him, Athena grew fully from his head, armed and prepared for battle. Everyone seemed to be unaware of the irony that Zeus was now adopting his father's child-eating tactic, albeit in a different way. Being born from your father's skull after he ate your mother did not prevent you from becoming one of the most revered gods, as Athena went on to become a goddess of wisdom and war. After Cronus castrated Uranus, Aphrodite emerged from the sea foam, bringing beauty and love to Olympus, and more relationship drama than a soap opera during the day. She had a knack for making everyone fall in love with the wrong people at the worst possible times, so her very presence ensured that no divine gathering would be peaceful. Zeus's son with Hera, Ares, became a god of war, but not the kind of war that Athena stood for, one that was strategic and noble. Ares, who is basically the divine counterpart of that relative who turns every family barbecue into a political argument, was more interested in the violent, bloody and chaotic aspects of combat. It says something about his character that even his own parents didn't like him. Depending on your preferred version of the story, Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, was either Hera's son by himself or another child of Zeus and Hera. Hera threw him off Mount Olympus in shame because he was so ugly and had a serious disability from birth. After surviving the fall and learning from sea nymphs how to make things, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as the main maker of impossible things for the gods. His forge evolved into the heavenly equivalent of a posh custom shop, crafting everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus thunderbolts. Anybody who had ever dealt with ancient commerce would understand why Hermes, Zeus's son with the nymph Maia, became the messenger god, the underworld's guide, and the patron of travellers, merchants, and thieves. Hermes served as the god's translator and diplomat as well, which was extremely helpful in a household where poor communication frequently resulted in plagues, wars, and the transformation of humans into different plants and animals. Because she was primarily concerned with providing food for mortals rather than becoming embroiled in the power struggles and romantic entanglements that consumed her siblings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, remained one of the more stable figures in the pantheon. Later, when her daughter Persephone became the focus of the first kidnapping scandal in the underworld, her major drama would unfold. You would think that the Olympians would have spent their time as sage, kind lords of the universe after they had taken up residence in their new digs and established their various divine portfolios. Rather, they acted like a very strong hybrid of middle management and reality TV stars, complete with the petty, envious and bad decision-making traits that go along with that. With his views on marriage, loyalty and leadership, Zeus, the king of the gods, established the standard for the entire pantheon. Zeus pursued romantic relationships with gods, nymphs and mortals with the zeal of someone collecting rare stamps, treating monogamy as more of a suggestion than a commitment, even though he was married to Hera. His inventive methods of courtship involved changing into different animals, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects, anything it took to get past his target's common sense or his wife's prying eyes. For her part, Hera handled her husband's adultery with the forbearance of someone who had long since given up on a traditional marriage and determined that retaliation was more fulfilling than forgiveness. Zeus did control lightning, after all, so Hera usually vented her resentment on Zeus's lovers and their offspring rather than directly facing Zeus. With its imaginative tortures, impossible tasks and transformations that would make contemporary horror films seem mild, her persecution of Zeus's conquests became so methodical that it resembled a small industry. The marriage of the couple turned into an example of how to fail at managing relationship issues. When Zeus had an affair, Hera would discover it and punish everyone but Zeus. Zeus would then get upset about Hera's meddling, and the ensuing marital conflict would materialize as natural disasters that would make life miserable for everyone on the planet. Frequently, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and plagues were merely unintended consequences of the divine couple resolving their problems. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who governed the seas, approached marriage with the same temperament that his brother did, because Poseidon was notorious for taking personal offence at small slights and expressing his wrath through storms that could sink entire fleets, sea monsters, and tsunamis. Sailors learned to make offerings before every voyage, not because they were deeply religious. He was the type of god who would destroy your ship because he didn't like the way you treated him, and then accuse you of not treating him with the respect he deserved. With less shape-shifting and more involuntary conversion of his romantic interests into various sea creatures, The sea god's love life was nearly as complicated as Zeus's. Poseidon reportedly thought that the ideal way to remember a love affair was to transform his ex-lover into a species of fish, or a coral reef, resulting in a Mediterranean teeming with aquatic creatures with deeply personal histories. As the lord of the underworld, Hades gained a reputation for being the most practical of the three brothers, presumably due to the fact that handling the dead called for more administrative expertise than artistic flair. With appropriate admissions procedures, classification schemes for various soul types, and explicit protocols for exceptional situations, the underworld functioned like a well-run bureaucracy. Hades avoided most of his family's drama and concentrated on the pragmatics of divine rule because he seldom left his domain. Even though they were twins, Apollo and Artemis had quite different approaches to their divine duties. With the zeal of a performer who never encountered an audience he didn't wish to dazzle, Apollo embraced his role as the god of poetry, music, and the sun. He inspired poets, created music contests, and moved the sun across the sky every day with the punctuality of someone who knew that crops and plants relied on him. On the other hand, Artemis approached her responsibilities as the moon and hunt goddess with the gravity of a wildlife preserve manager. She kept a pack of hunting hounds that could follow anyone over any terrain, demanded complete chastity from her followers, and dealt swiftly and often fatally with those who disobeyed her. A successful hunt followed by an evening with her nymphs, away from the complexities of Olympic family dynamics, was her idea of a good time. With the methodical accuracy of a military strategist and the intellectual curiosity of a scholar, Athena approached her dual roles as goddess of wisdom and warfare. After defeating Poseidon in a competition to determine who could give the city the most useful gift, she was made the patron goddess of Athens. Athena offered an olive tree, while Poseidon offered a saltwater spring. By selecting the tree, the Athenians showed that even in antiquity, people valued sustainable agriculture over ostentatious but unworkable gestures. Examining Aphrodite's distinct role in divine chaos is essential to any discussion of Olympic dysfunction. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, had the ability to make anyone fall in love with anyone else, regardless of their existing relationships, tastes, or common sense. With all the restraint of someone who had been granted access to a nuclear reactor and told it was a new type of nightlight, she used this ability. Aphrodite's own romantic life served as an example of the difficulties her realm could bring about. She had an egregious affair with Ares, the god of war, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the most loving and loyal of the gods. The Greeks were fascinated by the cosmic irony that resulted from the relationship between the god of war and the goddess of love. It seemed that the two were more closely related than anyone wanted to acknowledge. One of Olympus's biggest scandals arose from their affair when Hephaestus, believing his wife was cheating, created an impenetrable invisible web. After putting it over his marital bed, he declared that he would be gone for a few days. Believing they had privacy, Aphrodite and Ares were caught in the act when the net ensnared them in a precarious situation. The other gods were then invited by Hephaestus to observe his wife's disloyalty. The goddesses remained at home in embarrassment, while the male gods came to gaze and chuckle. The entire incident showed that even divine beings could suffer public humiliation, comparable to that of contemporary social media scandals. Greek mythology's most well-known tales are the result of Aphrodite meddling in mortal affairs. Aphrodite bribed Paris of Troy with the love of Helen, who was already married to Menelaus of Sparta, starting the Trojan War, which claimed thousands of lives and destroyed one of the greatest cities in antiquity. Paris's choice of Aphrodite's offer over Hera and Athena's alternatives set off a series of events that would change the ancient world and inspire epic poetry for centuries to come. Additionally, the goddess was skilled at fabricating improbable romantic scenarios. She caused King Minos of Crete's wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with a bull, which resulted in the creation of the Minotaur and the requirement for a complex labyrinth to keep the beast in check. She made Myrrha fall in love with her own father, which led to a family scandal that even the gods found awkward and the birth of Adonis. She inspired the sculptor Pygmalion to fall in love with his own statue, but in that instance she felt sorry for him and made the statue come to life as Galatea. Aphrodite's approach to her divine duties was exemplified by these interventions. She felt that love was the most potent force in the universe, and that everyone should experience it, regardless of whether they desired it, were prepared for it, or could bear its consequences. Her gift of love was like getting a wild animal as a pet, beautiful, thrilling, and able to ruin your entire life if you don't treat it with the respect it deserves. Aphrodite's meddling in their affairs taught the other gods to be cautious. She was not above using her power to settle scores or further her own agenda, and she could make them fall in love with mortals, with each other, or with totally inappropriate targets. The last thing Zeus needed was for Hera to have divine help complicate his already complex love life, so even he was cautious not to offend his daughter too much. Despite his own difficult relationship with fidelity, Hermes approached godhood like someone attempting to construct the perfect resume, whereas his fellow Olympians focused on specific facets of divine responsibility. Despite having more job titles than a contemporary startup CEO, Hermes was able to excel at all of them. Messenger of the gods, guide to the underworld, patron of merchants, protector of travellers, and divine sponsor of thieves, Hermes' adaptability resulted from both necessity and his personality. Being Zeus's younger son, he had to establish his own place in a pantheon, where his older, more established relatives had already claimed all the evident divine portfolios. Being the god you called when you needed something done fast, quietly, or creatively was his answer to becoming indispensable to everyone, both divine and mortal. His position as a divine messenger demanded diplomatic abilities that would stump experts in contemporary international relations. Hermes frequently mediated truces in wars where both sides viewed compromise as a sign of weakness, delivered news that would have made recipients want to shoot the messenger, except that he was immortal and incredibly swift, and carried messages between gods who were actively attempting to kill one another. Escorting souls to the underworld was another of the messenger god's responsibilities. This task called for a special blend of efficiency and empathy. Without becoming overly invested in each person's unique story, Hermes had to assist recently deceased mortals in comprehending their predicament, navigating the formalities of death, and transporting them to their ultimate destinations. With a path that extended from Earth to the lowest reaches of Hades, it was similar to being a cosmic social worker. Hermes recognized that larceny and commerce were frequently separated by little more than legal nuances and clever marketing, which is why he supported both thieves and merchants. The skills necessary for ancient trade, such as the ability to quickly determine value, negotiate under pressure, and occasionally make quick exits when deals went wrong, were very similar to those needed for theft. Though he favoured his protégé to concentrate on the former whenever feasible, Hermes recognised the entrepreneurial spirit inherent in both legal business and creative theft. Since travel was risky, uncertain, and necessary for survival in those days, he was one of the most widely worshipped gods in antiquity for protecting travellers. Prayers to Hermes could mean the difference between arriving at your destination and becoming a cautionary tale for future travellers. His symbols also indicated safe lodging and trusted merchants. Hermes' roadside shrines marked safe places to rest. The god's creativity went beyond his work obligations to include his hobbies. After transforming a tortoiseshell into a musical instrument, Hermes created the lyre and gave it to Apollo in return for being acknowledged as the divine patron of animal husbandry. In addition to creating the first alphabet and the panpipes, he also set the rules for athletic competitions. Like someone who viewed immortality as a chance to become an expert in every possible skill and pastime, his creative energy seemed limitless. Because of his many roles that kept him busy and on the road, as well as the fact that he had mastered the art of remaining impartial in family disputes, Hermes' relationship with his family was noticeably more harmonious than most Olympic relationships. In general, he was the family member who could be relied upon not to exacerbate already existing issues, mediated compromises that allowed everyone to save face, and conveyed messages between warring relatives without taking sides. Perhaps because he was too busy to become deeply involved in the kind of dramatic relationships that took up so much of his family's time, his romantic life was surprisingly simple in comparison to theirs. Although Hermes had relationships and affairs, they were usually short-lived, pleasant, and devoid of the curses, metamorphoses, and natural catastrophes that marked other divine romances. Demeter was arguably the most useful and necessary of all the Olympic gods. She governed whether people ate or starved, whether crops thrived or failed, and whether civilization survived or fell apart due to famine as the goddess of agriculture, the harvest, and the fertility of the earth. She was one of the more steady and dependable members of the pantheon because of her work, which required patience, attention to detail, and a thorough understanding of natural cycles. Demeter took her heavenly responsibilities seriously, as if she knew that her actions had a direct impact on millions of lives. With the commitment of a scientist and the power of someone who could personally modify these variables when needed, she kept an eye on plant diseases, weather patterns, and soil conditions. Because Demeter's mood could affect whether their family survived the winter, farmers learned to keep an eye out for indications of her favour or disapproval. In contrast to some of her relatives, who appeared to see humans mainly as amusement, she had a generally positive relationship with mortals. Demeter established the religious festivals that enabled communities to commemorate bountiful harvests while preparing for the upcoming lean months, taught agriculture to early civilizations, and imparted the knowledge of bread making and food preservation. She was the type of goddess who genuinely wished for her followers to succeed and was prepared to put in the effort necessary to achieve that goal. The trauma of losing her daughter Persephone was exacerbated by this pragmatic, caring approach. The story started when Hades decided he needed a wife because he was lonely in his underworld kingdom and sick of ruling over the dead alone. Hades simply abducted Persephone as she was gathering flowers in a meadow and dragged her down to his realm through a fissure in the ground, bypassing the intricate courtship rites that other gods had to go through. When her daughter vanished, Demeter's response was prompt and decisive. She neglected the crops, the seasons, and the whole natural cycle that kept the world running as she turned her back on her divine duties and started looking for Persephone on the earth. Fruit trees withered, fields went arid, and the planet entered what was effectively the first nuclear winter. Only this time, a grieving mother with supernatural abilities was to blame rather than atomic fallout. The goddess followed every rumour and possibility as she searched the known world and beyond. While living among mortals and disguising herself as an elderly woman, she witnessed their cruelty and kindness firsthand and never gave up on finding her daughter. Nothing could grow while Demeter was in mourning because her grief was so deep that it impacted the very nature of fertility and growth. The other gods realised they were facing a crisis when famine swept the planet and mortals started to perish from starvation. Empty temples do not produce the awe and adoration that gods need for their mental health, and dead worshippers do not offer sacrifices. When it became evident that Demeter's labour strike would bring civilization to an end unless something was done, Zeus, who had previously ignored the issue in the hopes that it would end on its own, was compelled to step in. A delicate diplomatic issue confronted the king of the gods. Since the underworld was Hades' sovereign territory, and forcing him to give up his bride would set a precedent that might restrict Zeus's own romantic adventures, he couldn't just order Hades to return Persephone, since Demeter had justifiable complaints, and the other gods were beginning to feel sorry for her. He was unable to order her to return to her duties. He required a solution that would save face for all parties, while also satisfying everyone. Zeus dispatched Hermes to bargain with Hades, proposing to acknowledge the union in return for Persephone's liberty to visit her mother. Hades consented, but only on the proviso that anyone who ate in the realm of the dead would inevitably return there because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld. The compromise reached during the negotiations gave everyone a sense of partial success, but did not fully satisfy anyone. Every year, Persephone would spend some time with her mother on Earth, and some time with her husband in the underworld. Only when her daughter was present would Demeter return to her duties. The arrangement established the seasons, autumn and winter when Persephone returned to Hades and Demeter's sorrow put the world to rest, and spring and summer when Persephone returned to Earth and Demeter's happiness caused everything to bloom. Because of her exceptional blend of military skill and intellectual prowess, Athena stood out among the 12 Olympians. As a goddess of war and wisdom, she stood for the deliberate, calculated approach to fighting, as opposed to the violent mayhem that defined her half-brother Ares' realm. Athena stood for the strategy, tactics, and strategic application of force that could win conflicts with the fewest possible casualties, while Ares symbolized the heedless rage and bloodlust of combat. Her peculiar birth, emerging fully developed and armed from Zeus's head after he ingested her pregnant mother, represented the kind of instantaneous, comprehensive knowledge that defined her method of problem-solving. In contrast to other gods who acquired knowledge through experience or gradually improved their skills, Athena came into being fully in control of her realms and aware of the ways in which war and wisdom could work in tandem. Athena's wisdom was useful, actionable intelligence that could be used to solve actual issues, not the abstract philosophical kind that is discussed in academic settings. By teaching mortals how to make better tools, stronger buildings, and innovations that enhanced their daily lives, she rose to become the patroness of craftsmanship, architecture, and technology. Her contributions to humanity were practical abilities that enabled civilization rather than impersonal ideas. This practical wisdom was reflected in her approach to warfare. Athena favoured tactics that won battles with few resources and casualties, whereas Ares favoured direct conflict and overwhelming force. She was the goddess you prayed to when you had to defeat a stronger foe, defend your city against insurmountable odds, or win by cunning rather than brute force. Athena's strategic thinking was exemplified by her competition with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods were asked to present gifts that would help the populace when the city needed a patron deity. Impressive, dramatic, and ultimately pointless for a city that already had access to the sea, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and created a spring of salt water. By planting an olive tree, Athena gave the city access to food, lamp oil, building materials, and a sustainable resource that would last for many generations. The Athenians selected Athena's gift because they understood that its usefulness outweighed ostentatious displays. This choice made Athens a hub of knowledge, wisdom, and strategic thinking. Values that would go on to produce some of the greatest philosophers, architects, and military commanders in history, long after faith in the ancient gods had waned. Athena's influence continued to shape the city's personality. She served as an example of how divine wisdom could impact mortal conflicts during the Trojan War. Athena sided with the Greeks because she thought they embodied the values of tactical innovation and strategic thinking that she valued, while other gods made their decisions based on personal preferences or familial allegiances. She helped create the Trojan horse strategy that ultimately put an end to the 10-year siege and gave advice to heroes like Odysseus, who approached obstacles with cunning rather than force. Compared to other gods, Athena had very different relationships with mortals. Athena established mentoring relationships based on respect for one another and a common interest in ideas, as opposed to the intense, frequently destructive romantic entanglements that defined her relatives' interactions with humans. She inspired inventors to develop new technologies, mentored artisans to hone their craft, and counseled military leaders on tactics to safeguard their troops. She made a philosophical statement about the nature of wisdom by choosing to remain a virgin forever. Athena was aware that romantic relationships frequently weakened judgment and caused loyalties to be split, traits that were incompatible with the rational thought necessary for both wisdom and successful combat. She was able to maintain the objectivity required to base decisions on merit rather than emotion by staying unattached. When disputes arose between mortals and other gods, the goddess also acted as a divine mediator. She was uniquely suited to comprehend both sides of arguments and come up with solutions that met everyone's justifiable interests, while averting needless violence because of her wisdom and fighting prowess. Not only could she help you win, but she could do so without causing you any new issues, which made her the god you wanted on your side. Apollo exemplified divine multitasking on a scale that would impress contemporary productivity experts. If Athena stood for focused expertise, as the god of the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, healing, and archery, Apollo oversaw duties that would have overwhelmed many other gods, while upholding standards of excellence that established benchmarks for mortals in each of these domains. Driving the sun across the sky every day required a level of consistency and punctuality that would be difficult for anyone juggling a cosmic commute. He ensured that daylight reached every corner of the earth at the right time and intensity by tying his chariot to 4 fire-breathing horses and driving across the heavens every morning. Because the entire natural world relied on his dependability, it was a duty that did not permit sick days, vacation time, or the opportunity to sleep in. He became the first crossover artist in history thanks to his musical abilities. Apollo was more than just a musician. He created musical instruments, established the concepts of rhythm and harmony, and served as an inspiration to his fellow gods and mortal musicians. His musical contests established the bar for artistic brilliance that mortal musicians would aim to reach for centuries, and his lyre became the standard instrument for divine performances. Poetry that was both entertaining and prophetic was produced by the gods through a combination of technical skill and divine inspiration. In addition to telling tales and expressing feelings, Apollo's poetry also offered moral advice, disclosed future realities, and preserved the cultural knowledge that societies required to endure and thrive. His impact on mortal poets was so great that inspiration itself came to be seen as a sign of divine possession by Apollo or his muses. The most significant source of prophetic guidance in ancient Greece was Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Apollo's priestess Pythia gave prophecies that affected Greek politics, colonization, war, and private affairs. City-states sought advice before founding new colonies, individuals sought advice on everything from marriage prospects to career choices, and kings sought the oracle before making important decisions. The oracle's predictions were renowned for being cryptic, necessitating interpretation that frequently became clear only after the events had taken place. This ambiguity was a characteristic that represented Apollo's view of the proper operation of prophecy, not a weakness in the system. Free will and the lessons that mortals needed to learn via experience would be eliminated by direct predictions. While maintaining the flexibility to make decisions and grow from them, cryptic guidance offered guidance. Because of his expertise in medicine, Apollo was able to both cause and cure plagues, making him the divine physician. Apollo's arrows had the power to spread disease that wiped out entire populations when mortals offended him or other gods. He could heal wounds, halt epidemics, and impart medical knowledge to mortals so they could take care of themselves if he was duly honoured and placated. The Greek understanding that health depended on upholding appropriate relationships with divine forces was reflected in his dual role as both the cause and the cure of illness. Even among the gods, his archery prowess was legendary, fusing supernatural accuracy with physical dexterity. Whether he was hunting wild animals, reprimanding mortals who had wronged him, or engaging in competition with other archers, Apollo's arrows never failed to hit their targets. He was the patron deity of athletes and competitors who aimed for flawless performance, because his skill with the bow represented the accuracy and concentration needed for success in any endeavour. Despite his divine status and impressive array of talents, Apollo's romantic relationships were notably unsuccessful. When Daphne changed into a laurel tree to get away from him, he stopped pursuing her. Apollo cursed Cassandra because she had promised to be his lover in exchange for the gift of prophecy. But she had broken the agreement, making her predictions unbelievable. He became more understanding of mortals going through similar struggles after learning from these failed relationships that even divine perfection couldn't ensure love's success. Artemis chose a path that valued solitude, independence, and the wild places that existed outside of human civilization, while her twin brother Apollo embraced the public aspects of godhood with its contests, oracles, and constant interaction with mortals. Like a cosmic mashup of wilderness guide and emergency room director, she carved out a divine identity as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth, one that was both nurturing and fiercely protective. Artemis made a philosophical statement about autonomy and self-determination when she chose to remain eternally virgin, in addition to it being a personal choice. As a young girl, she begged Zeus to give her chastity for all eternity, as well as a bow and arrows, a pack of hunting hounds, and a group of nymphs to be her friends. It was akin to requesting the ideal feminist starter kit, which included weapons, devoted companions, and the absence of romantic complications. Her hunting expeditions through the ancient world's mountains and forests were renowned for their accuracy and efficiency. Artemis hunted to keep the balance between civilization and wilderness, ensuring that wild animals remained wild while safeguarding human settlements from creatures that posed real threats. She did not hunt for fun or to collect trophies. She was the patroness of moral hunters because her arrows were quick and kind, made to kill cleanly and without needless suffering. One of the most effective instances of female camaraderie and support in mythology was the goddess's bond with her nymphs. These nature spirits formed a community that functioned without the consent or authority of men, having taken the same vow of chastity as their mistress. With the effectiveness of an old-fashioned security detail, they hunted, travelled, and defended one another from unwelcome romantic advances. This selected family was completely and frequently brutally protected by Artemis. Actaeon, the hunter, was killed by his own hunting dogs after she changed him into a stag when he unintentionally witnessed her bathing. This punishment made it very evident that privacy and consent should be respected. In order to prove that intelligence could overcome physical strength, Artemis deceived the giant hunters Otus and Ephialtes into killing each other with their own spears when they tried to take her and Hera as wives. Her status as a virgin was interestingly contrasted with her role as the goddess of childbirth. When their mother Leto was in labour, Artemis helped give birth to her own brother, which provided her with a unique perspective on the difficulties and risks involved in bringing a new life into the world. She evolved into the divine midwife, called upon by goddesses going through their own maternal struggles as well as mortal women having a difficult time giving birth. Because of this duty, Artemis became extremely protective of expectant mothers and new mothers, extending her guardianship beyond her immediate nymphal circle to encompass any woman who was vulnerable during childbirth. Regardless of their other religious preferences, she was one of the most practically significant deities for ancient families, because her interventions could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Since lunar cycles were traditionally linked to both female biology and the nocturnal activities that defined much of ancient hunting, Artemis's association with the moon complemented her hunting and childbirth responsibilities. With the same dependability that Apollo's sun chariot exhibited during the day, her silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden-horned deer, followed the moon's course across the night sky. The goddess had high but reasonable expectations for her devotees. She required her nymphs to be completely chaste, fully committed to the hunt and loyal to the group at all times. She offered them safety, friendship, and the opportunity to live their lives as they saw fit, independent of the expectations of their families, communities, or future husbands. It was a social contract that provided alternatives to the few choices that the majority of ancient women had. Because Artemis had chosen a lifestyle that was fundamentally incompatible with conventional relationships, her infrequent romantic relationships typically ended tragically, not because she was naturally unlucky in love. Her fleeting interest in the hunter Orion ended when, according to one version of events, he died and became a constellation. Her belief that independence was better than the hassles of romance was strengthened by these encounters. Her relationship with her family was significantly more harmonious than most Olympic relationships, in part because she avoided getting involved in their disputes due to her self-imposed seclusion, and in part because she was useful to everyone due to her practical contributions such as managing wildlife populations and assisting with difficult births. She was the family member who didn't cause trouble during the quiet times but was there when needed. Hephaestus stood out among the many lovely, strong and captivating gods in the pantheon because he had overcome major personal obstacles to become indispensable through talent and willpower alone. He turned his early experiences of rejection and disability into a special kind of strength that made him perhaps the most practically useful member of the Olympic family. He was the god of fire, craftsmanship and technology, as well as the divine blacksmith. The origin story of Hephaestus seems to be an old-fashioned tale of triumphing over hardship by virtue of one's own greatness. His mother, Hera, was ashamed of his appearance and threw him from Mount Olympus because he was born with physical limitations that made him ugly by divine standards. He became even more crippled as a result of the fall, but it also brought him to the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who saved him and taught him the skills of craftsmanship and metalworking. Growing up with the sea nymphs taught him how to turn disadvantages into strengths. Hephaestus acquired abilities that made him indispensable because he was unable to match other gods in terms of physical perfection or fighting skill. He gained skills in working with fire, metal and precious stones, producing items that were so beautiful and useful that they were considered legendary in antiquity. His forge evolved into the heavenly counterpart of an upscale custom workshop, creating everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. As an adult, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as a master craftsman whose services were much needed, rather than as a supplicant looking for acceptance. The other gods soon realized that only Hephaestus could make the tools, weapons and ornaments needed for their divine way of life. He was invaluable to a family that had previously rejected him due to his appearance because of his ability to create the impossible. His workshop was the pinnacle of ancient technology. Hephaestus made tools that could operate on their own with his guidance, automated bellows that kept the forge at the ideal temperature, and golden servants to help him. Because of his superior knowledge of engineering, design and metallurgy, he was the patron deity of blacksmiths, craftspeople, and anyone else who used their hands to make practical things. The god's method of craftsmanship blended practical utility with creative vision. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, his creations fulfilled functions and provided solutions that were not possible with just divine might. Hephaestus created chains that could contain a titan when Zeus needed a means of tying Prometheus to a bond for stealing fire. Hephaestus made a shield that represented the entire universe, and offered Achilles the ideal defense when he needed armor that would keep him safe when fighting gods and heroes. One of the most intricate partnerships in mythology was his union with Aphrodite. The combination of the physically impaired god of craftsmanship and the goddess of beauty upended preconceived notions about compatibility, attraction, and the nature of love. Hephaestus's response revealed his intelligence and his grasp of divine politics, even as Olympic rumours circulated about Aphrodite's adultery with Ares. Instead of facing his wife and her lover head-on, Hephaestus used his skill to reveal their affair in a way that preserved his own honour while making them appear foolish. An iconic illustration of how skill and intelligence could overcome physical strength and conventional beauty was the invisible net that held the lovers in bed. He was different from other wronged gods in that his retaliation was both imaginative and appropriate. Compared to most other gods, Hephaestus had a noticeably more benevolent relationship with mortals. As a patron of artisans and labourers, he recognised the importance of hard work and the difficulties faced by those who use their hands to create useful objects. His festivals honoured the kind of fruitful labour that enabled civilization, and his temples served as meeting spots for artisan guilds. His contribution to the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora, revealed his technical prowess as well as his grasp of divine politics. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create a woman who would both bless and curse humanity after he decided to punish mortals for Prometheus's gift of fire. Though he was aware that Zeus's gift had complications that would impact mortal life for generations, Hephaestus skillfully crafted Pandora to be indistinguishable from a goddess. Under Mount Etna and other active volcanoes, the god's volcanic forges developed into hubs of heavenly industrial production. These mountains' rumbling and eruptions were interpreted as the sounds of Hephaestus at work, producing the tools and weapons the gods needed for their varied escapades and duties. Even by divine standards, his productivity was legendary, indicating that he found fulfillment in his work that went beyond the need for approval from others. It's important to consider the Olympian gods' greatest triumphs and most spectacular failures as our exploration of their lives and times comes to an end. Despite their immortality and cosmic might, these divine beings showed that wisdom, happiness, and healthy family relationships are not always the results of having boundless resources and eternal life. Perhaps the creation of civilization itself was the greatest accomplishment of the gods as a whole. They gave mankind the foundation for everything that sets human society apart from the animal kingdom. Fire from Prometheus, agriculture from Demeter, craftsmanship from Hephaestus, wisdom from Athena, and medicine from Apollo. Their temples developed into educational hubs, their festivals offered chances for cross-cultural interaction, and their moral teachings, despite the hypocrisy of their own actions, provided ethical frameworks that governed human conduct for centuries, with each god in charge of particular facets of human and natural activity and working with their peers to preserve cosmic harmony. The Olympic system also produced the first multinational management structure in history. When it functioned properly, this divine bureaucracy made sure that crops grew as planned, seasons changed on time, and natural disasters only happened when mortals had gravely offended someone important. The interpersonal relationships of the gods, however, showed the same dysfunctional patterns that afflict any family business managed by conceited relatives with unrestricted authority and inadequate communication skills. From minor nymphs to major heroes, everyone was impacted by the collateral damage caused by Zeus's adultery and Hera's retaliation. Poseidon's outburst destroyed coastal cities and sank ships. Apollo's romantic rejections changed lovers and produced prophets who were cursed. The political frequently turned disastrous, and the personal had a nasty habit of turning political. Instead of using mediation, their method of resolving disputes usually involved escalation. The Trojan War, 10 years of bloodshed that destroyed both sides and provided fodder for epic poetry, was the outcome of Paris's decision to accept Aphrodite's bribe over those offered by Hera and Athena. It also showed that divine pride was more significant than human life. Instead of seeking diplomatic solutions, Demeter's response to the kidnapping of her daughter brought the world to the verge of agricultural collapse. The way the gods treated mortals demonstrated their incapacity to uphold moral principles or grow from past errors. They penalized disrespect and rewarded devotion, but their definitions of these terms were arbitrary and could alter according to their emotions, hobbies, and family dynamics. Mortals who appeased one god might unintentionally offend another, leading to improbable circumstances in which virtue was largely dependent on good fortune. However, the Olympic pantheon also produced some of the most inspirational tales of moral courage, inventiveness, and tenacity in history. By supporting Athens, Athena established a hub of scholarship and democracy that shaped civilization for thousands of years. Communities used the advice from Apollo's oracle at Delphi to make tough choices and steer clear of needless confrontations. Hephaestus showed that a person's physical limitations need not stop them from contributing significantly to their community. Ancient people used the stories of the gods as a kind of psychology to help them comprehend and deal with the complexity of human nature. Hera's jealousy and need for respect, Apollo's quest for perfection, Artemis's need for independence, and Zeus's battles with authority and responsibility were all divine figures that represented common human experiences, while also implying that even immortal beings had difficulties. Most significantly, the Olympians showed the potential and perils of unbridled power. They had the power to change reality as they saw fit, perform miracles, and resolve impossibly challenging issues. They could also let personal grievances take precedence over their obligations to the world they ruled, destroy civilizations and torture innocent people. Their experiences served as warnings about the value of restraint, discernment, and responsibility. Lessons that hold true in any time period where people or organizations have substantial influence over others. Their cultural influence was changed rather than eradicated by the slow erosion of belief in the Olympic gods. Their conflicts became metaphors for the timeless human conflicts between duty and desire, individual ambition and collective responsibility, and reason and passion, and their stories became literature rather than religion. Think about the amazing impact these ancient divine figures have had on our contemporary world as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft pull of sleep drawing near. Even though they no longer reign from Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods continue to have an impact on our language, literature, psychology, and perception of human nature in ways that would have surprised their original devotees. When you say that someone has an Achilles heel, you're bringing up the tale of a hero whose divine protection failed him at one crucial moment. When you refer to a long, challenging voyage as an odyssey, you're alluding to Odysseus's wanderings, which were both aided and hindered by different Olympian gods who couldn't agree on whether he should be punished or assisted. The young man who fell in love with his own reflection, thanks to divine intervention that punished his vanity, comes to mind when you call someone narcissistic. The personalities of the gods have evolved into models for comprehending human psychology. Carl Jung realized that the Olympic pantheon reflected archetypal patterns that have existed throughout history and in many cultures. Aspects of human nature that we still recognize and grapple with today are reflected in the divine personalities of the rebellious trickster, Hermes, the nurturing mother, Demeter, the creative artist, Apollo, and the wise mentor, Athena. The stories of the Olympian gods are still told and reimagined in contemporary literature, film, and television, which find fresh significance in their antiquated rivalries and relationships. Greek mythology is introduced to new generations through Percy Jackson's adventures, which also modernise divine figures for audiences today. Wonder Woman embodies contemporary ideals of justice and equality, while obtaining her abilities from the Olympic pantheon. The Greek tradition of powerful beings using their abilities to protect or torment common mortals is even reflected in superhero comics. Our conceptions of leadership, bureaucracy, and power distribution have been shaped by the gods' approach to governance, which combines specialized duties, familial relationships, and cosmic authority. The notions that leaders must strike a balance between their personal interests and their public duties, that different facets of life call for different kinds of expertise, and that corruption results from power without accountability can all be linked to the myths surrounding Zeus and his divine kin. Their romantic relationships and family disputes have given rise to surprisingly current models for comprehending the intricacies of marriage, parenthood, and love. The dysfunctional marriage of Zeus and Hera provides insight into the impact of power disparities on interpersonal relationships. Demeter's ferocious defense of Persephone serves as an example of the difficulties parents encounter when their kids grow up and are on their own. Even having the ideal credentials doesn't ensure romantic success, as Apollo's unfulfilled loves show. A sophisticated understanding of human nature that predated modern psychology by millennia is reflected in the gods' moral ambiguity, their capacity for both great kindness and terrible cruelty. The Olympic gods embodied the contradictions that define real people, in contrast to the purely good or purely evil deities found in some religious traditions. They were able to exhibit both wisdom and foolishness, generosity and selfishness, and love and hatred, frequently within the same story, or even the same interaction. Their stories were more psychologically realistic and, as a result, more helpful for comprehending human behaviour because of their moral complexity. Stories about beings who had unbounded power but still had very human limitations help us understand situations where people act with unexpected kindness or cruelty, when leaders make choices that seem to go against their professed values, and when families go through both intense love and bitter conflict. The Olympic pantheon also created ways of thinking about cooperation, specialization, and diversity that still shape the way we set up complicated institutions. These organizational principles were ingrained in myths about gods who governed various facets of the universe while upholding an overall divine government. These included the notion that different talents require different approaches, that effective leadership frequently entails coordinating specialists rather than micromanaging them, and that even the most capable individuals require colleagues with complementary skills. The ancient Greek belief that the universe was essentially understandable and that humans could comprehend their place within greater cosmic patterns was perhaps most persistently embodied by the Olympian gods. Despite their strength and immortality, the gods were subject to laws, had repercussions for their deeds, and lived by moral standards that mortals could adopt and use in their own lives. One of the pillars of Western civilization was this optimistic outlook, which held that life had purpose, that knowledge was achievable, and that people could shape their own destinies with hard work and wisdom. The stories of the gods taught that even the most powerful beings were subject to moral laws that went beyond their own desires, that creativity could overcome constraints, and that intelligence could triumph over brute force. Dreams of marble temples shining in Mediterranean sunlight, of divine voices resonating across ancient valleys, or of immortal families assembling on a mountain peak to discuss the fate of both gods and mortals, may cross your mind as you drift toward sleep. These dreams transport you back thousands of years of human storytelling, to innumerable generations who drew inspiration and meaning from stories about creatures who were both remarkably similar to us and completely different from us. The Olympian gods endure because they represent universal truths about relationships, human nature, and the never-ending difficulties of living in a complex world, not because we believe in their literal existence. Their tales serve as a reminder that even immortal beings must learn to strike a balance between their obligations to others and their own desires, that stupidity and wisdom frequently coexist, and that power entails both opportunities and responsibilities. You will be using insights that were initially conveyed in tales of Zeus's lightning bolts, Athena's strategic acumen, Aphrodite's intricate gifts, and Hephaestus's inventive tenacity when you awaken tomorrow and confront the difficulties of your own mortal existence. Even though the gods are old, their teachings are still as current as the news of the day and as fresh as your morning joe. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of an ongoing human tradition of using storytelling to find meaning, and that the questions you are faced with about power and love, justice and wisdom, personal ambition and group responsibility are the same ones that have inspired and challenged people ever since they first gazed up at the stars and wondered what immortal beings might think of our short, complex lives. Frédéric Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frédéric's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frédéric's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frédéric was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frédéric Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticised him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of Romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension, between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil, fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle. Adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms, their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium. Each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother, whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation, though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. his polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Archer Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frédéric Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. Alrighty, let's drift back to 1720, my favourite time period, somewhere in the hills of Massachusetts. You wake up one December morning, and your breath creates little puffs of fog inside your own bedroom. The water in your wash basin has a thin skin of ice that crackles when you touch it. Outside, snow has been falling for 3 days straight, and the wind sounds like it's having a heated argument with your house. Your modern self might panic, but colonial you've got this figured out in ways that would surprise even yourself. The secret wasn't just one brilliant invention or technique. It was a whole symphony of small, clever adaptations that colonial families orchestrated together. Think of it like a recipe where every ingredient mattered, from the way they built their homes to the undergarments they wore, from the foods they ate to the very way they arranged their daily lives around the rhythm of staying warm. Your colonial house wasn't trying to win any beauty contests. It was built like a fortress against winter, with every beam and board placed with survival in mind. The first thing you'd notice about colonial architecture is how these homes seem to huddle into themselves, like people pulling their coats tight against the cold. Those thick wooden walls weren't just for show. Colonial builders understood something that gets lost in our age of perfect insulation: thermal mass. Your walls were often filled with a mixture of clay, straw, and sometimes even seaweed. Yes, seaweed. that created a natural barrier against the cold. The walls breathed just enough to prevent moisture build-up but held heat like a grandmother holds onto family recipes. The windows were small, and you might think that made the houses dark and gloomy, but colonial families knew that large windows were just expensive ways to let heat escape. Those tiny panes of glass, often no bigger than your hand, were practical gems. They let in enough light during the short winter days while keeping the warmth where it belonged, inside with you. But here's where colonial ingenuity really shines. The way they positioned their rooms. Your kitchen, the heart of winter warmth, sat at the centre of the house like a beating heart pumping heat through the arteries of hallways and doorways. The bedrooms clustered around this central warmth, and the coldest rooms, like storage areas or workshops, got pushed to the edges, where they acted as buffer zones against the winter winds. Those famously low ceilings that make tall modern visitors bump their heads? Pure genius. Heat rises, and colonial builders knew that an 8-foot ceiling meant your heat stayed where you could feel it, not floating uselessly above your head like hot air balloons of warmth drifting away. The colonial fireplace was the crown jewel of home heating, but not in the way you might expect. These weren't the decorative fireplaces of later eras. They were massive, practical beasts that could swallow whole logs and radiate heat like miniature suns. Your fireplace opening might be 4 feet wide and 3 feet tall, big enough to roast an entire pig if the mood struck you. The thick stone or brick construction absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly through the night, turning your fireplace into a thermal battery that kept giving long after the flames died down. Some colonial homes featured what were called beehive ovens, dome-shaped chambers built into the side of the main fireplace. You'd heat these by building a fire right inside the dome, then rake out the coals and slide in your bread, your stew, or whatever needed slow, even cooking. The thick walls of these ovens held heat for hours, turning them into auxiliary heaters that warmed the kitchen long after dinner was done. Your relationship with fire in colonial times was intimate in a way that modern people can barely imagine. Fire wasn't just something you turned on with a switch. It was a living thing that you fed, tended, and coaxed through the long winter months. Letting your fire die was like letting a beloved pet starve, except the consequences were much more dire. The art of fire maintenance began before winter even arrived. In late summer and early fall, you and your family would spend weeks gathering, cutting, and splitting firewood. A typical colonial family needed somewhere between 15 and 25 cords of wood to make it through winter. That's enough wood to fill a modern 2-car garage, floor to ceiling, twice over. Every tree that came down was evaluated like a job candidate. Hardwoods like oak and maple for long steady burns, softwoods like pine for quick heat and kindling, and different woods for different purposes. Hickory burned hot and long, perfect for those bitter January nights when the cold seemed to seep through solid walls. Applewood gave off a sweet scent that made the whole house smell like a bakery. Birch bark peeled off in perfect strips that caught fire faster than modern paper, making it precious as kindling. You learned to read wood like a book, the grain, the moisture content, and the way it split, all telling you how it would burn and when to use it. But here's something that might surprise you. Colonial families rarely let their fires burn out completely, even in summer. Instead, they banked their fires, covering the coals with ash to slow the burning to almost nothing, preserving a seed of fire that could be coaxed back to life when needed. Banking a fire was an art form. Too much ash and you'd smother it. Too little and you'd waste precious fuel. Get it right, and your fire would sleep peacefully under its blanket of ash, ready to wake up with just a gentle stirring and some fresh kindling. The fireplace tools weren't just functional. They were the surgical instruments of winter survival. Long-handled shovels for moving coals, bellows for breathing life into dying embers, and iron dogs, those metal stands that held logs, that were positioned just so to create the perfect airflow. Your poker wasn't just for stirring. It was for creating the architecture of your fire, building little log cabins and teepees that would burn efficiently and safely. Colonial families developed an almost mystical understanding of fire behaviour. They knew that a fire needed to breathe, that flames liked to dance upward and outward, and that different arrangements of logs created different types of heat. A tight stack burned slow and steady. A loose arrangement burned hot and fast. Green wood hissed and sputtered and filled the house with smoke, while seasoned wood caught quickly and burned clean. The most skilled fire tenders could keep a fire burning for days with minimal attention, banking it at night, and coaxing it back to life each morning like conducting a daily resurrection. They understood the personality of their particular fireplace, knew how their chimney drew air, and could read the colour and behaviour of flames like weather forecasters read clouds. When you think about colonial winter clothing, forget everything you've seen in movies about people shivering in thin cotton shirts. Colonial clothing was engineering in fabric form, a layered defence system that would make modern outdoor gear companies weep with envy. You weren't just getting dressed in the morning, you were constructing a personal environment that would keep you alive and comfortable in temperatures that would send modern people running for their cars. The foundation of your winter wardrobe was linen undergarments, and before you wrinkle your nose at the thought of scratchy old fabric, understand that colonial linen was often softer than modern cotton. These base layers weren't just underwear, they were your first line of defence against moisture and cold. Linen has this remarkable property of wicking moisture away from your skin while still providing insulation, and it got softer and more comfortable with every washing. Over your linen foundation, you'd add layers like building a textile fortress. Wool was your best friend, but not the itchy, harsh wool you might imagine. Colonial wool, especially when it was well processed, could be incredibly soft and warm. Your wool stockings came up to your knees and were often knitted with patterns that weren't just decorative. Different stitch patterns created different levels of thickness and insulation where you needed them most. Women wore multiple petticoats, sometimes 3 or 4 layers deep, creating a sort of textile balloon that trapped warm air around their legs. These weren't the dainty petticoats of later eras. They were serious winter gear, often made from wool or heavy linen, designed to create insulating air pockets while still allowing for movement. The outermost petticoat might be made from a tightly woven wool that shed water and blocked wind. Your stays, what we might call a corset, weren't just about fashion. They provided crucial support for your back during heavy work and created another layer of insulation around your torso. Made from sturdy linen or leather and often lined with wool, stays were like wearing a warm, supportive hug all day long. Men's clothing followed similar principles but with different execution. Your shirt was long, extending down to mid-thigh, providing extra coverage and warmth. Over this came your waistcoat, essentially a sleeveless jacket that provided another insulating layer around your core. Your breeches were often made from leather or heavy wool, and they fit snugly to prevent heat loss, while allowing for the physical work that winter demanded. But the real genius of colonial winter clothing was in the extremities. Your hands and feet were far from your heart's warming influence, and colonial clothing makers knew that keeping these warm was crucial for overall comfort. Mittens were preferred over gloves, because keeping your fingers together shared warmth more efficiently. These weren't the thin mittens you see today. They were often made from thick wool or even fur, sometimes with leather palms for durability. Colonial stockings were architectural marvels in their own right. Hand-knitted from wool, they were designed with reinforced heels and toes, and the best ones were knitted in patterns that created thicker insulation over the areas that needed it most. The tops of the stockings were often knitted with patterns that helped them grip your leg, preventing the cold drafts that would sneak in if your stockings slipped down. Your outer garments were where colonial clothing really showed off. Cloaks and greatcoats weren't just large, they were designed to create a personal microclimate around your entire body. A properly made cloak could wrap around you completely, creating a tent-like space that held your body heat. Some cloaks had hoods lined with fur or soft wool that could seal around your head, and the best ones were made from tightly woven wool that shed water and blocked wind while still allowing your body to breathe. The materials themselves were chosen with scientific precision. Wool from different animals had different properties: sheep's wool for general use, rabbit fur for extreme warmth, and beaver fur for water resistance. Colonial families knew that a rabbit fur lining in your hat could make the difference between comfort and misery during a long winter walk, and that beaver fur trim on your cloak would shed snow and sleet like armour. Your colonial kitchen in winter wasn't just about cooking. It was about strategic fuel management for your body's internal furnace. Colonial families understood something that modern nutritionists are just rediscovering: that food isn't just about nutrients, it's about providing the specific types of energy your body needs to generate heat and maintain warmth in challenging conditions. Winter meals were rich, hearty affairs that would make modern dietitians clutch their calculators in horror, but every calorie had a purpose. Fat wasn't the enemy. It was your body's most efficient heating fuel, providing more than twice the energy per gram as protein or carbohydrates. Your winter diet included generous amounts of butter, cream, salt pork and beef fat, all carefully preserved and stored to provide the high-energy fuel your body craved in cold weather. But colonial cooks were too smart to just pile on the fat randomly. They understood food combining in ways that created sustained energy release throughout long, cold days. Your typical winter breakfast might include cornmeal mush cooked with milk and butter, providing quick carbohydrates for immediate energy and fats for long-term fuel. Add some maple syrup or molasses, and you have a meal that will keep your internal fires burning for hours. The preparation methods were as important as the ingredients themselves. Slow-cooked stews and soups weren't just convenient, they were perfectly designed for cold weather nutrition. When you slowly simmer meat, bones and vegetables together for hours, you break down tough fibres and extract nutrients that your body can easily absorb and convert to heat. The gelatin from bone broths provided protein that your body could quickly convert to energy, while the fat that rose to the surface created a protective layer that helped retain heat in both the pot and your stomach. Root vegetables were the unsung heroes of colonial winter nutrition. Potatoes, turnips, parsnips and carrots weren't just filling. They were packed with complex carbohydrates that provided steady, sustained energy release. When stored properly in root cellars, these vegetables actually got sweeter over the winter as their starches converted to sugars, making them more palatable and easier for your body to convert to quick energy. Colonial families were masters of food preservation, and their winter larders were carefully orchestrated systems of stored energy. Salt pork and beef weren't just preserved meat. They were concentrated calorie bombs that could provide the fat and protein needed to maintain body heat during the coldest weather. A few strips of salt pork added to a pot of beans or vegetables could transform a simple meal into a high-energy winter feast. Dried fruits and nuts provided concentrated nutrition and calories in small packages. A handful of dried apples or a small portion of walnuts could provide the quick energy needed for outdoor chores, while also supplying the vitamins needed to prevent scurvy and other winter ailments. Colonial families knew that variety in their diet wasn't just about taste. It was about providing all the different types of fuel and nutrients their bodies needed to function in harsh conditions. The beverages of colonial winter were strategic too. Hot cider wasn't just a tasty drink. It provided quick sugars for energy and warmth from the inside out. Milk was rich in fats and proteins that helped maintain body heat, and it was often consumed warm, adding to its heating effects. Even alcoholic beverages served a purpose beyond social lubrication. Rum, brandy and hard cider provided concentrated calories and helped dilate blood vessels to improve circulation to extremities. Cooking methods themselves contributed to winter warmth strategies. Roasting, baking and slow cooking weren't just about flavour. They were about maximising the heat production from your kitchen fire while creating foods that would provide sustained energy. A pot roast that simmered all day not only created a hearty meal, but also radiated heat throughout the kitchen, making efficient use of precious fuel. The timing of meals was strategic too. Your largest, most calorie-dense meal often came in the middle of the day, providing fuel for the afternoon's work and helping maintain body temperature through the coldest part of the day. Evening meals might be lighter, but still warm and nourishing, designed to provide the steady energy needed to maintain body heat through the long winter night. Your colonial bedroom in winter was a battlefield where comfort met survival, and losing this battle meant shivering through long, miserable nights that left you exhausted and vulnerable to illness. But colonial families had developed an arsenal of strategies that turned even unheated bedrooms into surprisingly comfortable sleeping spaces. The bed itself was the command centre of your nighttime warmth strategy. Colonial beds weren't just furniture, they were elaborate heating systems disguised as sleeping platforms. The foundation was often a rope bed, where thick ropes were woven in a grid pattern across the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface, and they provided excellent support while allowing air to circulate underneath the mattress, preventing moisture buildup that could lead to cold, clammy sleeping conditions. Your mattress wasn't the simple affair you might imagine. The best colonial mattresses were layered systems that created insulation while providing comfort. The bottom layer might be straw or corn husks for basic support and insulation from the cold ropes below. Above this came a layer of wool batting or down feathers for warmth and cushioning. The top layer was often fine linen or cotton ticking filled with the softest down or wool, creating a sleeping surface that was both comfortable and warm. But the real genius of colonial bed warmth was in the warming systems. Bed warmers weren't luxuries, they were essential tools for survival. Your bed warmer was typically a long-handled brass or copper pan that you filled with hot coals from the fire. You'd slide this under the covers for 10 or 15 minutes before bedtime, moving it around to warm the entire sleeping area. The metal pan distributed heat evenly, and the long handle kept your hands safe from both the heat and the coals. Some families used heated bricks wrapped in cloth instead of dedicated bed warmers. These held heat longer than metal pans and could be positioned strategically around the bed to create zones of warmth. A heated brick at your feet, another at your back, and perhaps one more near your hands could turn even the coldest bedroom into a comfortable sleeping space. Your bedding was a layered defense system that would impress modern camping gear designers. The bottom sheet was usually linen, which wickered moisture away from your body, while providing a smooth, comfortable sleeping surface. Above this came wool blankets, often multiple layers, each serving a different purpose. A lighter wool blanket next to your body provided warmth without weight, while heavier blankets on top trapped heat and blocked cold drafts. The top layer of your bedding was often a thick comforter or coverlet filled with down or wool. These weren't just warm, they were designed to create a microclimate around your body that held heat while allowing enough air circulation to prevent stuffiness. The best comforters had removable covers that could be washed regularly, keeping your bedding fresh and hygienic even during the months when bathing was infrequent. Bed curtains weren't just for privacy, they were essential heating equipment. Heavy curtains drawn around your bed created a smaller space that was easier to warm and harder for cold air to penetrate. These curtains were often made from thick wool or heavy linen, sometimes lined with additional fabric for extra insulation. Drawing your bed curtains was like creating a tent within your bedroom, a private space that held your body heat and blocked cold drafts from the rest of the room. Your nightgown or sleeping shirt wasn't just sleepwear, it was part of your thermal defense system. Colonial nightgowns were long, often reaching to the ankles, and made from soft but warm materials like flannel or brushed linen. The long sleeves and high necklines prevented heat loss from your extremities and torso, while the loose fit allowed for air circulation that prevented overheating and moisture buildup. Nightcaps weren't fashion statements, they were essential for preventing heat loss from your head, where a significant amount of body heat can escape. These were often made from soft wool or cotton, sometimes lined with silk or fine linen for comfort against your hair and scalp. A well-made nightcap could make the difference between a comfortable night's sleep and hours of shivering wakefulness. The positioning of your bed within the room was strategic too. Colonial bedrooms often placed the bed away from exterior walls and windows, where cold air could seep through gaps in construction. Instead, beds were positioned near interior walls that shared heat from the kitchen or main fireplace. Some colonial homes had bedrooms directly above the kitchen, taking advantage of the heat that rose from the cooking fires below. One of the most ingenious aspects of colonial winter survival was the way families used social dynamics and communal living as heating strategies. Your colonial home wasn't just a building, it was a carefully orchestrated system of human cooperation, designed to maximize warmth and minimize fuel consumption. Privacy was a luxury that few could afford when survival depended on sharing body heat and resources. Family sleeping arrangements in winter were practical rather than prudent. Children often shared beds not just to save space, but because 2 or 3 small bodies could generate and share warmth far more efficiently than each sleeping alone. Parents might bring the youngest children into their own bed during the coldest nights, creating a family warming system that kept everyone comfortable while conserving precious heating fuel. The concept of bundling, where courting couples would share a bed while fully clothed and sometimes with a board between them, wasn't just about supervised romance. It was a practical heating solution that allowed families to provide guest accommodation without the expense of heating additional rooms or providing extra bedding and warming equipment. Your body heat was a valuable commodity, and sharing it wisely was a mark of good household management. Common rooms served as gathering spaces where the entire family's body heat contributed to overall warmth. During the coldest weather, normal privacy and individual space gave way to practical communal living. Your family might spend entire days in the kitchen and main room, working, eating, and socializing in the warmest parts of the house, while letting the peripheral rooms go cold. Work parties and social gatherings weren't just about community bonding, they were strategic heating events. A barn-raising or quilting bee brought together dozens of people whose combined body heat could warm even large spaces. Smart colonial families scheduled their social events during the coldest parts of winter turning necessary community work into opportunities for everyone to stay warm while accomplishing important tasks. The kitchen hearth became the social centre of winter life, and colonial families arranged their activities to take maximum advantage of its warmth. Women would do their spinning, knitting, and mending near the fire, while men might repair tools or work on woodworking projects. Children played games and did their lessons in the warm circle around the hearth. This wasn't just about comfort, it was about making efficient use of heating fuel while maintaining the social bonds that held communities together through the harsh winter months. Evening entertainment was designed around warmth conservation. Storytelling, singing, and games that could be enjoyed while sitting close together near the fire became the primary forms of winter recreation. These activities served multiple purposes. They provided mental stimulation during the long, dark evenings, they kept people sedentary and close to heat sources, and they reinforced the social connections that were essential for community survival. Even religious practices adapted to winter heating realities. Church services in winter were often shorter than summer services, and churches developed strategies like foot warmers, small, portable braziers that could be filled with coals from home and carried to church to provide personal heating during long services. Some congregations would pack into smaller spaces during winter, using their combined body heat to make worship more comfortable. Community resource sharing was another form of social heating. Families would coordinate their heating and cooking schedules to maximize efficiency, perhaps taking turns hosting large meals that could feed multiple families while requiring only one fire, or sharing the use of large ovens for baking bread or roasting meat. These arrangements saved fuel while strengthening community bonds. The concept of neighbouring, helping nearby families with tasks that were easier done in groups, became especially important during winter. Butchering, woodcutting, and food preservation were often community activities that brought people together for warmth, efficiency, and safety. These work parties provided opportunities for social interaction during isolated winter months, while accomplishing necessary tasks more efficiently than individual families could manage alone. Colonial families were master practitioners of microclimate management, understanding how to create warm zones within larger cold spaces, and how to use the physics of heat, air circulation, and thermal mass to their advantage. Your colonial home wasn't uniformly heated. Instead, it was a collection of carefully managed thermal zones that prioritised warmth where it was needed most, while allowing less critical areas to remain cold. The concept of heat layering in colonial homes was sophisticated in ways that modern heating systems sometimes miss. Heat from your central fireplace didn't just radiate outward randomly. It was channeled and directed through strategic architectural choices. Interior doors were positioned to allow warm air to flow from heated rooms to adjacent spaces, while exterior doors were often double-layered with small vestibules that prevented cold air from rushing directly into warm spaces. Thermal mass was used strategically throughout colonial homes. Large stone or brick fireplaces absorbed heat during active burning and released it slowly over hours, acting like massive batteries that stored and distributed warmth long after the fire died down. Some colonial homes featured stone floors near the hearth that absorbed heat during the day and radiated it back during the night, creating comfort zones that remained warm even when the fire was banked. Window management was a precise science in colonial homes. During sunny winter days, even small windows could contribute significant heat gain when positioned correctly. Colonial families understood which windows would catch morning sun, afternoon sun, or were positioned to avoid cold northern exposures. They would open these windows during warm daylight hours to capture solar heat, then cover them with thick curtains or shutters as soon as the sun moved on or set, trapping the captured warmth inside. Air circulation management prevented the stuffiness that could make heated spaces uncomfortable, while avoiding the drafts that could steal precious warmth. Colonial builders understood that still air was insulating air, and they designed their homes to minimize unwanted air movement, while allowing for the gentle circulation needed to distribute heat from fires and prevent moisture buildup that could lead to cold, clammy conditions. The strategic use of textiles turned colonial homes into adjustable thermal environments. Heavy curtains, tapestries, and wall hangings weren't just decorative. They were movable insulation that could be deployed where needed most. During the coldest weather, families would hang extra blankets or quilts to subdivide large rooms into smaller, more easily heated spaces, or to block off unused areas that would otherwise steal heat from living spaces. Furniture placement was another tool in the colonial thermal management toolkit. Chairs, benches and tables were positioned to create windbreaks around seating areas near fires, while also serving as platforms for warming stones, bricks, or other thermal mass objects that could store and distribute heat. High-backed chairs and settles weren't just about comfort. They created personal heat-reflecting zones that concentrated warmth around individual family members. The timing of daily activities was coordinated with thermal management strategies. Cooking, baking, and other heat-generating activities were scheduled to provide maximum warming benefit during the coldest parts of the day. Laundry might be done during the warmest part of winter days, taking advantage of both solar heat gain and the warmth generated by hot water and steam, while also providing humidity that made cold air feel more comfortable. Even personal thermal management was sophisticated. Colonial families understood that keeping your core body temperature warm was more efficient than trying to heat extremities directly. They wore layers that trapped warm air close to their torsos and major blood vessels, allowing their circulatory systems to carry this warmth to hands and feet more efficiently than trying to heat these extremities externally. The management of humidity levels was crucial for winter comfort. Too little humidity made cold air feel even colder and could lead to respiratory problems and dry, cracked skin. Too much humidity made spaces feel clammy and cold, while promoting the growth of mold and mildew that could cause illness. Colonial families used cooking, breathing, and strategic ventilation to maintain humidity levels that made their heated spaces feel comfortable and healthy. When winter weather turned truly dangerous, colonial families had emergency protocols that could mean the difference between survival and disaster. Your colonial ancestors weren't just prepared for normal winter weather. They had strategies for blizzards, ice storms, and the kind of bitter cold that could kill unprepared people in hours rather than days. The most critical emergency protocol was fire insurance, maintaining multiple heat sources and backup ignition systems. Your main fireplace might be your primary heat source, but colonial families always maintained secondary fires or heating systems that could take over if the main fire failed. This might mean keeping a small fire going in a bedroom fireplace, maintaining banked coals in a kitchen firepot, or keeping emergency fire-starting materials dry and accessible in multiple locations throughout the house. Emergency food protocols were equally sophisticated. Beyond your normal winter food storage, colonial families maintained emergency food caches, high-energy, long-lasting foods that could sustain life during extended periods when normal cooking wasn't possible. These might include parched corn, dried meat, nuts, and preserved fruits that required no cooking and provided maximum nutrition in small quantities. Some families kept emergency food supplies in root cellars or other cold storage areas separate from their main larder, protecting these reserves from both spoilage and the temptation to consume them during normal times. Water security during extreme weather was a constant concern. Wells could freeze, and collecting water from streams or springs might become impossible during severe storms. Colonial families stored water in multiple containers throughout their homes, often keeping some near heat sources to prevent freezing while storing larger quantities in areas that stayed cool enough to prevent spoilage. Emergency water included not just drinking water, but also supplies for cooking, basic hygiene, and firefighting if chimney fires or other heating-related disasters occurred. Shelter reinforcement protocols prepared colonial homes for extreme weather conditions. This included securing shutters and storm coverings for windows, reinforcing doors against wind and snow loads, and preparing temporary shelter spaces within the home if normal heating areas became unusable. Some colonial families prepared interior rooms that could be quickly converted into survival spaces, complete with emergency bedding, food, water, and heating supplies. Personal emergency preparation included maintaining emergency clothing and bedding that could provide extra warmth during extreme conditions. This meant keeping extra blankets, warm clothing, and emergency supplies dry and accessible even if other parts of the home became unusable. Colonial families often maintained emergency clothing supplies in multiple locations, ensuring that family members could access warm, dry clothing even if they became separated from their primary belongings. Communication and community emergency protocols connected individual family survival strategies with broader community support systems. Colonial communities developed systems for checking on isolated families during extreme weather, sharing resources during emergencies, and coordinating rescue efforts when families became stranded or endangered. These systems included prearranged signals, shared emergency supplies, and community spaces that could serve as warming centres if individual homes became uninhabitable. Medical emergency protocols addressed the health crises that extreme cold could create. Colonial families maintained supplies and knowledge for treating frostbite, hypothermia, and the respiratory problems that cold, dry air could cause. They understood that maintaining body temperature was crucial for fighting off illness, and they had strategies for caring for sick family members that prioritised warmth while providing necessary medical attention. Recovery protocols helped families restore normal operations after extreme weather events. This included procedures for safely assessing and repairing weather damage, restoring normal heating and cooking operations, and replenishing emergency supplies that had been consumed during the crisis. Colonial families understood that surviving one emergency was only valuable if you were prepared for the next one. Winter warmth in colonial times wasn't just about comfort and survival. It was about careful resource management and economic strategy. Every piece of firewood, every calorie of food, and every hour of labour spent on heating had to be balanced against other needs and the limited resources that had to last through the entire winter season. Fuel budgeting was as important as food budgeting for colonial families. Your wood supply wasn't just a pile of logs, it was a carefully calculated resource that had to be managed with the same precision as money in a bank account. Families tracked their wood consumption, adjusted their burning practices based on weather forecasts and remaining supplies, and made strategic decisions about when to burn premium hardwoods versus when to make do with less efficient fuel. The labour economics of staying warm were equally complex. Every hour spent cutting, splitting and stacking firewood was an hour that couldn't be spent on other necessary tasks. Colonial families had to balance the immediate need for heating fuel against the long-term need for food production, home maintenance and income-generating activities. This led to sophisticated time management strategies that maximised the efficiency of heating-related work. Resource sharing and bartering created community economies of warmth. Families might trade surplus firewood for food, exchange labour for heating supplies, or share specialised tools and equipment that made heating more efficient. A family with superior wood-cutting tools might provide firewood preparation services in exchange for other goods, while families with large ovens might do community baking in exchange for fuel to heat their ovens. The cost-benefit analysis of different heating strategies was constantly evolving throughout the winter season. Early in winter, when fuel supplies were abundant, families might heat more rooms and maintain higher temperatures. As supplies dwindled and the coldest weather approached, they would retreat to smaller, more efficiently heated spaces and lower their overall heating standards to stretch remaining fuel through the end of winter. Investment in heating efficiency paid long-term dividends for colonial families. Better-built fireplaces, improved chimney design, and high-quality heating tools might require significant upfront investment, but they could reduce fuel consumption and labour requirements over multiple winter seasons. Families that could afford these improvements often found that they could maintain comfort with less fuel while having surplus resources to trade or to provide security against particularly harsh winters. The economics of clothing and textiles for winter warmth involved similar calculations. High-quality wool clothing and bedding required significant investment in materials and labour, but provided superior warmth and durability compared to cheaper alternatives. Colonial families had to decide whether to invest time and money in premium winter clothing that would last for many seasons, or to make do with less expensive options that might need frequent replacement. Food economics is intertwined with heating economics in complex ways. High-calorie winter foods provided the energy needed to maintain body heat, but they were often expensive or required significant resources to produce and preserve. Families had to balance the cost of heating their homes against the cost of eating foods that would help their bodies generate internal heat, often finding that strategic combinations of both approaches provided the most economical winter survival strategy. Colonial families weren't just following ancient traditions, they were constantly innovating, adapting, and improving their winter survival strategies. Your colonial ancestors were inventors and experimenters who faced the daily challenge of staying warm with limited resources and technology, leading to remarkable innovations that often surpassed modern solutions in efficiency and sustainability. Fireplace design evolved continuously throughout the colonial period as families experimented with ways to extract more heat from their precious fuel. Some colonials developed fireplace inserts and heat exchangers that captured heat that would otherwise escape up the chimney. Others experimented with fireplace positioning, angling, and airflow patterns that maximised heat distribution throughout their homes. These innovations were often shared between families and communities, spreading effective improvements throughout entire regions. Insulation innovations used locally available materials in creative ways. Families experimented with different combinations of natural insulation materials, mixing straw with clay, layering different types of animal fur, or using collected Burr down in ways that provided maximum insulation value. Some colonial families developed sophisticated understandings of how different insulation materials performed under various conditions, leading to custom insulation solutions for different parts of their homes. Clothing and textile innovations address specific heating challenges through creative design and material use. Colonial seamstresses developed techniques for creating garments that maximized warmth while allowing for the physical activity that winter survival demanded. This included innovations in layering systems, strategic reinforcement of high-wear areas, and the development of specialized garments for specific winter activities like ice fishing, wood cutting, or outdoor animal care. Food preservation and preparation innovations extended the effectiveness of winter nutrition strategies. Colonial cooks developed new techniques for preserving high-energy foods, creating concentrated nutrition sources and preparing foods that provided maximum heating benefit. These innovations often involved creative combinations of traditional preservation techniques with new understanding of nutrition and energy requirements. Heating tool innovations improved the efficiency and safety of fire management. Colonial blacksmiths and metalworkers developed improved fireplace tools, more efficient bed warmers, and specialized implements that made fire management easier and more effective. Some families created their own heating innovations using available materials, copper warming pans that distributed heat more evenly, iron fire dogs that could be adjusted for different log sizes, and specialized coal containers that held heat longer while being safer to handle. Building technique innovations address specific thermal challenges that colonial families discovered through experience. Some families experimented with double wall construction that created insulating air spaces, while others developed innovative chimney designs that captured more heat before it escaped outdoors. These building innovations were often region-specific, adapting to local climate conditions, available materials, and specific heating challenges. Behavioral innovations were perhaps the most important category of colonial winter adaptations. Families continuously refined their daily routines, work schedules, and living patterns to maximize warmth while minimizing fuel consumption. This might include innovations in family coordination that ensured fires were tended efficiently, new approaches to task scheduling that took advantage of natural heat sources, or creative solutions for maintaining social connections during isolated winter months. Community innovations in heating strategies often provided solutions that individual families couldn't achieve alone. Some communities developed shared heating resources like communal ovens or warming houses that could serve multiple families efficiently. Others created community fuel sharing systems that helped ensure that no family ran out of heating fuel during extreme weather. These community innovations required cooperation and coordination, but they often provided heating solutions that were more efficient and reliable than individual family efforts. The most successful colonial innovations were those that addressed multiple challenges simultaneously. A design improvement that made a fireplace burn more efficiently, while also making it safer to operate, or a food preservation technique that created high-energy winter foods, while also reducing storage space requirements. These multi-benefit innovations were especially valuable because they provided improvements without requiring additional resources or labour. Colonial America wasn't uniform in its climate or resources, and neither were the winter survival strategies that families developed. Your experience staying warm in colonial Massachusetts would be quite different from what you'd encounter in Virginia, Pennsylvania, or the Carolinas. Each region developed specialized approaches to winter warmth that took advantage of local resources, climate patterns, and cultural traditions. New England families, facing the longest and coldest winters, developed some of the most sophisticated heating strategies in colonial America. The combination of harsh weather, abundant forests, and strong community traditions created innovations like the famous New England saltbox house design, where the long, sloping rear roof provided excellent wind protection, while the compact interior layout maximized heating efficiency. New England families also developed complex systems for managing multiple fireplaces and heat sources throughout their homes, creating thermal zones that could be adjusted based on weather conditions and fuel availability. The mid-Atlantic colonies, with their more moderate winters and diverse immigrant populations, created heating systems that blended techniques from multiple European traditions. German colonists brought knowledge of efficient stove designs and thermal mass heating systems, while Dutch families contributed innovations in home layout and insulation techniques. These regional adaptations often combined the best features of different approaches, creating heating systems that were more sophisticated than what any single tradition might have produced alone. Southern colonies faced different challenges, with shorter but sometimes surprisingly harsh winters that could catch unprepared families off guard. Southern colonial families developed heating strategies that could be quickly deployed when needed, but didn't require the massive year-round investment in fuel and heating infrastructure that northern families needed. This led to innovations like portable heating systems, flexible room arrangements that could be quickly adapted for cold weather, and heating strategies that took advantage of the thermal mass of southern building materials like brick and stone. Coastal families, regardless of their latitude, had to deal with the unique challenges of maritime winter weather: high winds, salt air that could corrode heating equipment, and the humidity that made cold air feel even colder. Coastal colonial families developed specialized approaches to wind protection, corrosion-resistant heating tools, and humidity management that kept their homes comfortable despite challenging weather conditions. Mountain and frontier families faced the challenge of extreme weather, combined with limited access to specialized heating equipment and supplies. These families became masters of improvisation and local resource utilization, developing heating systems that could be built and maintained using only materials available in their immediate environment. Frontier innovations often focused on durability and repairability, creating heating systems that could function reliably even when replacement parts and professional repair services were unavailable. Urban colonial families dealt with different constraints, including limited space for fuel storage, restrictions on certain types of heating due to fire regulations, and the need to coordinate heating systems with neighbours in close proximity. Urban innovations often focused on space efficiency and fuel economy, creating heating solutions that provided maximum warmth in minimal space while using expensive urban fuel supplies as efficiently as possible. Rural families had different advantages and challenges, with greater access to fuel and space, but also greater isolation during extreme weather. Rural heating innovations often focused on self-sufficiency and emergency preparedness, creating heating systems that could function independently for extended periods without outside support or supplies. The interaction between different regional approaches created continuous innovation and improvement in colonial heating strategies. Families moving between regions brought their heating knowledge with them, leading to cross-pollination of techniques and the development of hybrid approaches that combine the best features of different regional traditions. Your daily life in a colonial winter followed rhythms that were dictated as much by thermal management as by daylight or traditional schedules. The need to maintain warmth created a choreography of daily activities that was both practical and surprisingly elegant in its efficiency. Your winter day began before dawn, not because you were an early riser by choice, but because the fires banked overnight needed attention before they died completely. In the pre-dawn darkness, you'd slip from your warm bed into the shocking cold of the unheated bedroom, quickly pulling on clothes that had been warmed by being kept under the covers with you overnight. Your first task was always fire management, stirring the banked coals in the kitchen fireplace, adding kindling and fresh wood, and coaxing the sleeping fire back to active life. The kitchen became your morning command centre, and breakfast wasn't just about nutrition, it was about warming yourself from the inside while the house fires began to take the edge off the indoor cold. Hot porridge, warm bread, and steaming cider or milk weren't luxuries. They were essential tools for raising your body temperature to the point where you could function effectively in cold conditions. Morning work was planned around the gradual warming of your living spaces. Tasks that could be done near the kitchen fire took priority: meal preparation, mending, and planning the day's activities. As other rooms slowly warmed up, or as outdoor temperatures rose with the winter sun, you could expand your activities to other parts of the house, or venture outdoors for essential chores. The midday period, when the winter sun provided whatever warmth was available from the outside, became the time for activities that required leaving the warm interior spaces. This was when you'd venture out to tend animals, collect firewood, check on stored supplies, or visit neighbours. The key was timing these outdoor activities to take advantage of whatever natural warmth was available, while ensuring you could return to warm spaces before the afternoon cold set in. Afternoon activities centred around preparation for the evening and night ahead. This was when you'd prepare evening meals that would provide warming nutrition through the cold night, bank additional fires in bedrooms if fuel supplies allowed, and prepare the warming equipment, heated bricks, bed warmers, or warmed clothing that would make nighttime comfortable. Evening routines were designed around conservation of both warmth and fuel. As daylight faded and outdoor temperatures dropped, your family would consolidate into the warmest spaces of your home. This was the time for activities that could be done while sitting close together near the fire: storytelling, music, games, handwork, or simply quiet conversation that reinforced family bonds while conserving body heat and heating fuel. The transition to sleep involved careful thermal management that could determine whether you'd sleep comfortably or shiver through a miserable night. Bed preparation wasn't just about clean sheets. It was about ensuring that your sleeping space would retain the warmth generated by heated bricks or bed warmers, and that your bedding layers were arranged to trap body heat while preventing moisture build-up that could make you cold and clammy. Nighttime brought its own thermal challenges and opportunities. Your banked fires needed to provide enough heat to prevent interior temperatures from dropping to dangerous levels, while also conserving enough fuel to make it through to morning. Some families maintained watch schedules during the coldest nights, ensuring that someone was awake to tend fires and address any heating emergencies that might arise. Weekly and seasonal rhythms also revolved around thermal management. Certain tasks, like major cooking projects, laundry or craft work, were scheduled for the warmest days or times when heating systems were already operating at full capacity. Community activities and social gatherings were planned to take advantage of shared body heat while accomplishing necessary work or maintaining social connections. Weather prediction became a crucial skill for managing these thermal rhythms. Colonial families developed sophisticated abilities to read weather signs and predict temperature changes, allowing them to adjust their heating strategies, activity schedules, and fuel consumption patterns in anticipation of changing conditions. A family that could accurately predict a cold snap could prepare their heating systems and adjust their routines to weather the temperature drop comfortably, while a family caught off guard might struggle through several miserable days of inadequate warmth. Colonial children weren't just smaller adults when it came to winter survival. They required specialised heating strategies that took into account their higher surface area to body mass ratio, their tendency to lose heat more quickly than adults, and their need for protection while still learning the skills necessary for winter survival. Your colonial children's clothing was engineering designed for small bodies with different thermal needs. Children's winter clothing often included extra layers around the torso, where vital organs needed protection, while allowing for the active movement that children required. Small hands and feet, being furthest from the heart's warming circulation, received special attention with multiple layers of mittens and stockings, often made from the softest and warmest materials available. Sleeping arrangements for children prioritised warmth over privacy. Small children often shared beds not just for space efficiency, but because their combined body heat provided better warmth than individual sleeping spaces. Parents would position children's beds near heat sources when possible, or bring small children into the master bed during the coldest nights, using parental body heat to ensure that developing bodies stayed warm enough to grow and thrive. Children's daily routines were modified to minimise their exposure to extreme cold, while still allowing them to learn essential skills. Young children might be kept in the kitchen and main rooms during the coldest weather, learning domestic skills near the warmth of fires, while older children gradually took on outdoor responsibilities as their bodies developed the ability to handle cold exposure safely. Educational activities were adapted to winter heating realities. Children learned reading, writing, and arithmetic while sitting close to fires, and many traditional children's games and activities were designed to be played in warm, confined spaces. Storytelling, singing, and memory games weren't just entertainment. They were educational tools that could be used while the entire family huddled together for warmth. Food requirements for colonial children during winter reflected their need for energy to fuel both growth and heat production. Children's winter diets often included extra fats and high-energy foods, and parents would ensure that children had access to warm foods and drinks throughout the day to help maintain their body temperature and provide the calories needed for proper development. Child safety around heating systems required constant vigilance and specialised equipment. Fire guards, specialised clothing that couldn't easily catch fire, and careful supervision ensured that children could benefit from heating systems without being endangered by them. Children learned fire safety and heating system management as essential life skills, but always under close adult supervision. The development of winter survival skills in children was a gradual process that began early and progressed through increasingly complex responsibilities. Young children might begin by learning to bank fires or arrange kindling, while older children took on more complex tasks like managing fuel supplies or maintaining heating equipment. This skill development was essential for preparing children to eventually manage their own winter survival as adults. Community support systems often provided additional resources for keeping children warm during extreme weather. Neighbours might take in children from families facing heating emergencies, and community warming spaces could provide backup heating for families with inadequate resources. These community safety nets were especially important for ensuring that children, who were most vulnerable to cold exposure, had access to adequate warmth, even during the most challenging weather. Winter health management in colonial times was inseparable from heating and warmth maintenance. Your colonial ancestors understood that staying warm wasn't just about comfort. It was about preventing illness, maintaining the immune systems to fight disease, and ensuring that existing health conditions didn't become life-threatening during cold weather. Respiratory health was a primary concern during colonial winters, and heating strategies were designed to address the dry, cold air that could damage lungs and airways. Colonial families used humidity management techniques, steaming pots of water, wet cloths hung near fires, and breathing warm, moist air from heated beverages to protect their respiratory systems from the harsh, dry air that heating fires could create. Circulation problems caused by cold exposure were addressed through both external warming techniques and internal warming foods and beverages. Colonial families understood that maintaining good circulation was essential for overall health, and they used warming foods, gentle exercise, and strategic heating to ensure that blood flow reached extremities and vital organs effectively. Cold-related injuries like frostbite and hypothermia were serious concerns that colonial families addressed through both prevention and treatment strategies. Prevention focused on proper clothing, limited exposure times, and recognition of early warning signs. Treatment involved gradual rewarming techniques that could restore circulation without causing additional tissue damage. Chronic health conditions were often exacerbated by cold weather, and colonial families developed specialized heating strategies for family members with arthritis, respiratory problems, or other conditions that cold weather could worsen. This might include dedicated heating equipment for specific family members, specialized clothing or bedding, or modified daily routines that minimized cold exposure for vulnerable individuals. Herbal medicine and home remedies were adapted for winter health maintenance. Colonial families used warming herbs and spices not just for flavor, but for their therapeutic properties in maintaining body heat and supporting immune function. Hot herbal teas, warming spice combinations, and topical treatments made from warming plants helped support health during the challenging winter months. Nutrition for winter health went beyond simple calorie management to include foods and supplements that supported immune function and cold resistance. Colonial families understood which foods provided the vitamins and minerals needed to maintain health during limited nutrition winter months, and they planned their preserved food supplies to ensure adequate nutrition throughout the winter season. Mental health considerations were important aspects of colonial winter survival. The isolation, limited daylight, and constant focus on survival could create mental health challenges that colonial families addressed through social connections, meaningful activities, and community support systems. Maintaining mental health was understood to be essential for physical survival, as depression or anxiety could impair judgment and decision-making abilities needed for effective winter management. Sleep health during winter required specialized approaches that ensured adequate rest while maintaining safe body temperature throughout long, cold nights. Colonial families developed sophisticated understanding of how to create sleeping conditions that promoted healthy sleep while preventing the temperature drops that could interrupt rest or create health risks. Emergency medical care during winter presented unique challenges when professional medical help might be unavailable due to weather conditions. Colonial families maintained medical supplies and knowledge for treating common winter health problems, and they developed emergency protocols for addressing serious health crises when outside help wasn't accessible. As winter gradually loosened its grip and the first signs of spring appeared, colonial families didn't simply celebrate the end of cold weather. They began the process of evaluating their winter survival strategies, replenishing depleted resources, and preparing for the next year's cold season. The end of winter was both a relief and a beginning, marking the start of preparations that would determine how well the family would survive the next winter. Your colonial family's post-winter assessment was thorough and practical. Which heating strategies had worked well and which had proven inadequate? How much fuel had been consumed, and what did that suggest about next year's fuel requirements? What equipment had worn out or broken, and what replacements or repairs would be needed? This evaluation process was crucial for continuous improvement in winter survival capabilities. Spring cleaning in colonial homes wasn't just about aesthetics, it was about restoring heating systems and living spaces after months of intensive use. Fireplaces and chimneys needed thorough cleaning to remove soot and creosote buildup that could create fire hazards. Clothing and bedding that had provided winter warmth needed careful cleaning and storage to ensure they'd be ready for next year's cold weather. Resource replenishment began as soon as weather permitted. Firewood cutting and processing started early in spring, taking advantage of favourable weather and the full growing season to ensure adequate fuel supplies for the following winter. Food preservation and storage systems were evaluated and repaired, and planning began for the crops and preserved foods that would provide winter nutrition. Equipment maintenance and replacement addressed the wear and tear that intensive winter use placed on heating tools, clothing, and household equipment. This was the time to repair or replace worn-out bed warmers, damaged fireplace tools, and clothing that had worn thin during the winter months. Investing in equipment maintenance during spring ensured that heating systems would function reliably when they were needed again. Community debriefing and knowledge sharing allowed families to learn from each other's winter experiences. Which families had developed new techniques or innovations? What community resources had proven most valuable? How could community cooperation be improved for the next winter season? This knowledge sharing was essential for continuous improvement in community-wide winter survival capabilities. The psychological transition from winter survival mode to spring productivity was as important as the practical preparations. Colonial families had to shift from the conservation and endurance mindset of winter to the growth and expansion mindset of spring and summer. This transition involved both celebration of survival and preparation for the active season ahead. Long-term planning incorporated lessons learned from the winter just survived. Climate patterns, family needs, community resources, and economic conditions all factored into planning for future winter seasons. Families that learned from each winter's experiences were better prepared for future challenges and more likely to thrive despite harsh weather conditions. As you reflect on the ingenuity, resilience, and community cooperation that enabled colonial families to survive harsh winters with limited technology and resources, you might find inspiration for modern challenges. The principles they used: careful resource management, community cooperation, continuous innovation, and adaptation to changing conditions remain relevant for anyone facing difficult circumstances with limited resources. The colonial approach to winter survival wasn't just about enduring harsh conditions, it was about creating sustainable systems that could provide comfort and security year after year. Their success came not from any single brilliant solution, but from the integration of many small innovations and adaptations into comprehensive survival strategies that addressed every aspect of winter living. Their legacy isn't just in the historical record of how they survived, it's in the demonstration that human ingenuity, cooperation, and determination can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. Colonial families proved that with careful planning, community support, and willingness to adapt and innovate, people could not just survive but thrive in conditions that might seem insurmountable to modern observers. As you settle back into your warm, comfortable modern home, perhaps you can appreciate both how far heating technology has advanced and how much wisdom there is in the simple, sustainable approaches that our ancestors developed. Their strategies for staying warm through winter were more than survival techniques. They were expressions of human adaptability, community cooperation, and the determination to not just survive but to create comfort and security, even in the face of nature's harshest challenges. The next time you adjust your thermostat with the flip of a switch, or slip into a warm bed without thinking about heated bricks or bed warmers, you might remember the colonial families who turned the challenge of staying warm into an art form of survival, innovation, and community cooperation that sustained them through countless harsh winters and created the foundation for the communities we know today. Their story reminds us that human comfort and security don't depend solely on advanced technology. They depend on ingenuity, preparation, community cooperation, and the willingness to adapt our methods to meet our challenges. In their success at creating warmth and comfort with simple tools and natural resources, colonial families left us a legacy of practical wisdom that remains relevant whenever we face the challenge of creating security and comfort with limited resources. And as winter settles around your own home tonight, and you drift off to sleep in the warmth and security that modern heating provides, you can do so with appreciation for both the comfort you enjoy and the ingenuity of those who came before. who proved that with determination, cooperation and creativity, humans can create warmth and security even in the coldest circumstances. Aaron Burr was born on February 6, 1756, in Newark, New Jersey, into a renowned family that promised a life full of amazing chances. His maternal grandfather was Jonathan Edwards, a well-known theologian, and his father was the College of New Jersey's second president. When Burr was only 2 years old, both of his parents died, first his father, then his mother, leaving him and his sister orphans and reared by fabulous relatives. Such sorrow at a young age could have crushed a less hardy personality, but it fostered Burr's independence and desire to identify himself beyond parental expectations. Burr showed extraordinary intelligence in his early teens. He enrolled at the College of New Jersey and demonstrated an interest in classical studies and debate. His peers described him as intense, charismatic, yet a little distant. While many future statesmen focused solely on speech, Burr quietly mastered logic and moral philosophy, gaining insights that would eventually guide him through the maze of political power. He wasn't just a bookish prodigy, he also enjoyed socialising and made friends with students who noticed his quick wit. However, he kept his deeper intentions private. Burr graduated at the premature age of 16 and first pursued theology. He studied with several pastors, attempting to balance his intellectual rigour and spiritual fervour. However, he regarded organised religion as excessively limiting, and he was wary of accepting dogmas without proof. His restless intellect wanted a vocation that provided both challenge and the prospect of global success. After studying with Dr. Joseph Bellamy, he gave up on the idea of becoming a minister. Law appeared more substantial and open-ended, a field in which ingenuity and compelling argument might change fortunes in an instant. But first, destiny beckoned him to an entirely different arena: the war. The American colonies were drawing closer to open conflict with Britain. In 1775, Burr was attracted by the thunder of muskets and the swirl of patriotic discourse. At the age of 19, he joined Benedict Arnold's expedition to Quebec, a perilous journey across the Maine woods aimed at undermining British power in Canada. The arduous march tested every ounce of Burr's fortitude. Many men faltered in frigid temperatures, but Burr persevered, demonstrating a tenaciousness that pleased his superiors. Although the campaign failed to seize Quebec, Burr established a reputation for bravery in the face of adversity. He was even reported to have carried wounded General Richard Montgomery off the field, though the exact specifics are unclear. Throughout the Revolution, Burr distinguished himself in the Continental Army. He temporarily served as an aide to General George Washington, but the two disagreed. Washington's quiet character clashed with Burr's more daring attitude. Burr thought the commander-in-chief to be overly cautious, afraid to undertake dramatic movements that he believed would hasten the end of the war. Burr's military career was unaffected by his resignation from Washington's staff. He continued to serve in various positions, eventually commanding a unit at the Battle of Monmouth in 1778. Harsh surroundings and never-ending demands weighed on him, and in 1779, health issues caused him to leave active duty. Still, by the time the guns went silent, Burr had demonstrated that he was neither a timid thinker nor a man of words. After experiencing both wartime heroism and the sting of near-constant friction, Burr redirected his energy into the law. Post-war America was brimming with chances for ambitious young men, and Burr was eager to take them. He studied in the offices of well-known lawyers in New York, soon establishing himself as bright, detail-oriented, and practical. By 1782, he had married Theodosia Prevost, a widow with academic interests that suited his desire for discourse. Their connection would quietly shape Burr's worldview. Theodosia supported his legal profession and gave emotional stability, which was sometimes lacking in a post-war milieu of flux. Before relocating to New York City, Burr practiced law in Albany after receiving his bar admission in 1782. His legal knowledge, combined with an unassuming charm, made him an effective advocate. He took on high-profile cases, representing both wealthy merchants and underdogs, and created fascinating narratives that wowed juries. Burr's legal accomplishment paved the groundwork for his political career. The nascent republic needed voices that understood both the law and the delicate balance of power. Burr believed he could shape that dynamic to his advantage, and, he reasoned, the nation's as well. With the war's echoes still vivid in public memory, Burr set out on a voyage that would take him to the pinnacles of American politics as well as its lowest depths. By the late 1780s, New York's political scene had changed, with various factions competing for power in the new United States. Aaron Burr navigated a sea of alliances, making subtle contacts behind the scenes. He had little regard for grand ideological speeches. He viewed politics as focused on practical arrangements and mutual benefit. Some co-workers appreciated his focus on results, while others called him opportunistic. Burr's strategy propelled him forward quickly. In 1789, he first entered formal office when Governor George Clinton appointed him as the state's Attorney General. Burr took the role seriously, prosecuting crimes and enhancing the legal system. Political gossip, not legal progress, kept him in the spotlight. Burr kept his opinions on the federal constitution to himself, seldom engaging in the intense conflicts between Federalists and Anti-Federalists. Such behaviour kept him mysterious, a friend to both sides yet loyal to neither. The strategy was wise, though controversial among purists seeking unwavering loyalty to one camp. Burr's increasing popularity led to his election to the Senate in 1791, where he defeated incumbent Philip Schuyler. Hamilton was alarmed by Burr's rise, seeing it as a direct threat. Hamilton supported strong financial systems for the nation, such as a federal bank and centralised fiscal policy. Burr questioned Hamilton's concentration of authority without directly opposing these actions. Burr acknowledged states' rights to an extent, but emphasised personal liberty, especially his own. The animosity between the two men grew gradually, hidden behind the formality of legislative procedures. Burr gained recognition in the Senate for his subtle and effective speeches. He seldom gave long speeches, favouring quick points to sway undecided members. He built cross-party coalitions, confusing colleagues who insisted on taking sides in the Federalist-Republican divide. Burr's coalition-building skills terrified Hamilton further. Burr returned to New York when not in session, expanding his legal practice and maintaining contacts that kept him a prominent figure in city politics. His personal life changed significantly. Burr was left distraught after the death of his wife, Theodosia Prevost, in 1794. They had a daughter, Theodosia, born in 1783. Burr concentrated his emotional energy on her education. He thought women's intellectual abilities were undervalued, so he took charge of her studies, exposing her to literature, geography, and philosophy. Burr's father-daughter relationship was a key influence in his life, shaping his progressive views on women's roles, which were rare among his peers. In the late 1790s, Burr's political fortunes varied. Prominent politicians overshadowed him in 1797, and he lost his Senate re-election. He leveraged his network in New York's Tammany Hall, which was evolving into a powerful political machine. Burr's early involvement with Tammany focused on grassroots organising, despite the group's later association with corruption. He understood that mobilising regular voters, instead of seeking approval from elites, was essential for gaining power. This focus on widespread involvement distinguished him from many Federalists who viewed democracy as a fragile issue best managed by property-owning elites. As the 1800 election neared, Burr's ties with Democratic Republicans, especially Thomas Jefferson, strengthened. The Federalists were falling apart, and John Adams' administration had lost its appeal. Burr quietly secured Jefferson's electoral votes in New York, orchestrating a surprising upset through the city's crucial vote bloc. Burr was in line for the vice presidency, but an unusual constitutional quirk arose. Jefferson and Burr tied in the Electoral College. Hamilton intervened in a lengthy House debate, convincing Federalists to support Jefferson over Burr. Hamilton disliked Jefferson's politics but loathed Burr more, seeing him as unprincipled and unscrupulous. Jefferson won the presidency and Burr became vice president, but the affair left a lasting impact. Burr felt betrayed, believing Hamilton's actions damaged his reputation. The idea of honour, crucial in early American politics, ultimately resulted in a disastrous conflict. Burr played the second man, uncertain of his influence in Jefferson's administration. The vice presidency then was not a route to fame. Burr presides over the Senate but plays a minimal role in executive decisions. Jefferson was wary of Burr's ambition and maintained distance from him. Burr, as presiding officer of the Senate chamber, showed remarkable fairness, earning praise from his ideological opponents. The larger stage cooled. Rumours of a governor's run in New York or other high positions fueled Burr's ambition. Aaron Burr, vice president from 1801 to 1805, viewed his formal duties as limited. After defeating the Federalists, Thomas Jefferson excluded Burr from the main group that influenced policy. The president chose a cabinet that matched his vision, allowing Burr to preside over the Senate with notable calmness and fairness. For an ambitious man, being a polite referee during legislative sessions felt oppressive. Burr's resentment grew gradually. He invested great effort in ensuring Jefferson's success, but gained little in political rewards. Jefferson's circle, influenced by Madison and others, opposed Burr's flexible partnerships. They viewed him as a political chameleon, prioritizing personal gain over intellectual beliefs. Burr viewed unwavering partisanship as unwise. He believed the Republic prospered when leaders worked together across factions. The ideological divide deepened. In 1804, Burr aimed for the New York governorship, believing this influential role would restore his national prominence. The race was full of intrigue. Burr faced tough competition from Morgan Lewis, supported by DeWitt Clinton, the notable nephew of Governor George Clinton, and Alexander Hamilton's group. Hamilton stood prominently against Burr's candidacy. Hamilton portrayed Burr as a power-hungry individual who found it difficult to manage a municipal council, let alone a state. Burr was appalled. Burr lost the race significantly. It felt worse than a political failure. It seemed like a personal betrayal by Hamilton. Rumours emerged that Hamilton made negative remarks about Burr at private dinners, describing him as morally corrupt. Burr worried they had irreparably damaged his reputation. Burr saw a duel as the sole means to restore his honour in that era. Though it may seem odd now, for many Americans in the 18th century, a man's honour was like vital currency, essential for engaging in public life. Burr challenged Hamilton to a duel in the summer of 1804. The men negotiated details through intermediaries, adhering to the conventions of the time. On July 11th, 1804, they met at Weehawken, New Jersey, a secluded spot on the Palisades above the Hudson River. Some versions suggest that Hamilton meant to throw away his shot, indicating he would intentionally miss, hoping Burr would do the same. Burr later claimed he thought Hamilton was aiming to kill. As the smoke cleared, a bullet hit Hamilton in the abdomen, killing him. Burr, unharmed, turned into a fugitive in the public's eye. Hamilton's death the following day ignited widespread condemnation. Burr faced murder indictments in New York and New Jersey, but the charges were never pursued. The tragedy overshadowed any detailed reasoning for their hostility. The public largely backed Hamilton. The Federalist Papers lauded him as a brilliant politician, hindered by a vain rival. Burr's political prospects fell apart. Jefferson explicitly barred him from any further participation in the government. Newspapers labelled him a murderer. Even those who once admired his intelligence or heroism had distanced themselves. Burr completed his vice presidency, eager to salvage what he could. Yet the duel loomed over the painful conclusion. At the final Senate session, he delivered a heartfelt goodbye message that brought some senators to tears. Yet, dignity in language could not erase the mark of Hamilton's death. Burr found himself adrift after his departure from office in 1805. He was left without a public office, consistent support or a good reputation. He tried to manage his increasing debts. Some suggested he return to practice, but the incident left high-profile clients wary. Some believed he could move to Europe for a new beginning. Burr adopted a bold strategy, exploring the American frontier for new political opportunities. He journeyed west, connecting with frontier leaders and exploring the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. The Louisiana Purchase opened vast territories, igniting talks of new states or possibly independent nations from Spanish lands. Burr's motives are still up for debate. Some believe he aimed to occupy these regions legally, while others claim he sought to incite revolt and create a new empire. Burr, always enigmatic, revealed little about his ultimate goal. He built connections with influential frontiersmen like General James Wilkinson, the governor of the Louisiana Territory, and a U.S. Army officer. Burr recognized the potential in leading a private expedition to benefit from the southwestern frontier. Whispers circulated back east. Was the disgraced former vice president scheming against the United States? Federal officials found cryptic notes suggesting suspicious motives. Jefferson, not a friend of Burr, had to carry out an investigation. A dramatic legal spectacle was poised to challenge the nation's views on treason and explore the limits of personal ambition. Burr moved ahead, sure of his cleverness, oblivious that his next step would thrust him from political exile into a web of conspiracy trials that endangered his life. Between 1805 and 1807, Aaron Burr traversed the western border with a covert agenda. He spent time near the Ohio River, negotiating for land and speaking with militia officials. Burr's critics said he planned to conquer Spanish land along the southwestern border and establish a new empire, with himself at the helm. Others said he planned to push several western states or territories to capitulate from the Union, establishing a breakaway republic. Burr spoke cryptically, addressing great undertakings and confiding only in close pals. To some, his words evoked visions of fame and money. To others, they smelled of blatant treachery. James Wilkinson, a U.S. Army officer, governor of the Louisiana Territory, and known double dealer, was at the centre of his scam. Burr and Wilkinson communicated encoded messages about army movements, resources, and potential alliances. Burr expected Wilkinson's help to gather recruits for an expedition. It is unclear whether the expedition's goal was to liberate Spanish-ruled Mexico or to seize American land. Regardless, Burr's plan to use armed force for personal gain crossed a dangerous boundary. President Thomas Jefferson urged authorities to closely monitor the situation after hearing increasingly disturbing rumours. In October 1806, Burr assembled a small fleet on the Ohio River, laden with men, provisions, and dubious intentions. He led them south toward the Mississippi. Public concern grew. If Burr actually intended to hit Spanish territory, it could spark an international crisis. If he collaborated against the United States, it was sheer treason. The disaster peaked when Wilkinson, always eager to rescue himself, disavowed Burr and sent dispatches to Jefferson depicting Burr as a conspirator. Burr quickly discovered that law enforcement was onto him. Burr was caught in January 1807 in what is now Alabama, having been deceived by individuals he had formerly considered supporters. He had just a small band of supporters left, the rest having dispersed when the expedition lost pace. Under protection, he endured a perilous journey back east to face charges. The journey was humiliating. He had been honoured as a military hero and vice president, but now he was paraded around dusty frontier communities as a criminal suspect. When he finally arrived in Richmond, Virginia, he was indicted for treason and high misdemeanour. The subsequent trial of Aaron Burr in 1807 was a national spectacle. The Constitution defines treason as waging war against the United States or assisting its enemies, and it requires two witnesses to the same overt act. In the prosecution against Burr, the government struggled to provide direct evidence that he had really fought in the war. They had reams of letters hinting at mischief and testimonies from turncoat collaborators, but no clear evidence of a definite plan to break off territory or confront US forces. Chief Justice John Azay, as a circuit judge, Marshall insisted on strict adherence to the constitutional requirements for treason. Marshall's stance infuriated President Jefferson, who saw Burr's culpability as evident and demanded speedy retribution. The trial's drama captivated the young nation. Every day, scores of people, lawyers and journalists jammed the courtroom. Burr, with his typical cool attitude, served nearly as co-counsel in his defence, meticulously scrutinising witnesses and evidence. He mocked the concept that frontier gatherings or ambiguous conversation constituted treason. At most, he contended. He could have been planning an expedition against Spanish possessions in the event of war. Hardly a crime if no war had been declared. What's the verdict? The jury acquitted Burr of treason due to inadequate proof of an overt act. They also cleared him of a misdemeanour charge for mounting an unlawful military mission. Public opinion remained mixed, with many believing Burr was guilty in spirit if not in form. Jefferson was furious, fearing that clever legal techniques and Marshall's federalist leanings had protected Burr. However, the outcome stood, leaving Burr free, but permanently soiled. Following the trial, Burr's money and reputation were in shambles. Friends disappeared, credit was non-existent, and trust in any source was low. A fresh Western expansion plan was out of the question. His every step would be examined. Burr, facing near certain ostracism, chose to depart to Europe in 1808. He had an audacious plan. Perhaps foreign powers, such as Britain or France, could find value in his strategic mind and sponsor a fresh voyage to the Americas. If that fails, he may become a permanent exile, moving from one European capital to another. Embarking on a ship under an assumed identity, the once vibrant politician plummeted into what appeared to be irreversible obscurity, leaving behind a country that would remember him only as a duelist and an alleged traitor. Aaron Burr travelled to Europe in 1808, in search of a fresh start or a financial boost to help him achieve his goals. He travelled around England, France and other countries, meeting politicians, bankers and explorers. The charismatic man who negotiated New York's political environment attempted to persuade Europeans that he could make a significant difference in the Americas with their assistance. The times had changed. European powers were engaged in the Napoleonic Wars, focusing on conflicts in Europe rather than transatlantic strategies. Burr's imprecise and impractical plans garnered only courteous nods and dubious stares. Expatriates in London suspected Burr of plotting a war between the United States and Spain to take Spanish possessions. British intelligence tracked Burr, wary of potential partnerships. Burr's finances decreased, requiring him to rely on loans from acquaintances or limited assistance from old American friends. The former vice president resided in run-down rented apartments, writing letters to potential donors who no longer saw him as a useful ally. His famed ability with words was insufficient to deter creditors. Burr relocated his activities to Paris in 1810, hoping to find a more welcoming atmosphere under Napoleon's rule. He encountered bureaucratic obstacles and disinterest there as well. The French had interests in Spain and were not interested in supporting a renegade American proposal. Burr's demands for an audience frequently went unanswered for long periods. The French authorities occasionally restricted his movements, suspecting him of espionage or subversion. Burr voiced frustration in his diaries about the difficulties of being a stateless traveller, without a purpose. He attempted to maintain his dignity by referring to himself in social circles as Colonel Burr, or the American traveller, omitting his scandalous history. He had some success delivering Revolutionary War or early American politics anecdotes at dinner gatherings. The man who had duelled with Hamilton, risked the death penalty for treason, and was now pursuing crazy adventures drew the attention of some Parisian intellectuals. Fascination rarely led to genuine support. Burr, no longer attacked by American media, faced a bitter irony. In Europe, he was less infamous, but also less significant. Burr's name was hardly spoken in the United States, except in cautionary tales of ambition gone bad. The War of the 1812 overshadowed his legacy. America faced fresh war with Britain, but Burr remained helpless abroad. By 1812, he was nearly bankrupt, relying on the generosity of a few devoted friends or new acquaintances who liked his talk enough to take him to dinner on occasion. He felt the burden of returning to America. Will he get rearrested? Will creditors pursue him? Is it possible to reconstruct a life? Burr decided to come home in 1812 because he saw no future in Europe. The return was humiliating. He adopted an alias to avoid exposure. When he arrived in Boston in 1812, he discovered a transformed nation. The second conflict with Britain tested America's might. The Federalist Party, which could have offered him stability, was in disarray. The Republican faction, led by Madison, had little interest in a person deemed toxic. Reclaiming a tiny political position seemed hopeless. Burr was enticed to New York City, where he was once regarded as a legal powerhouse. He quietly resumed practicing law and maintained a low profile. Despite initial skepticism in the legal community, his abilities finally attracted enough clients to keep him afloat. The era of extravagant balls, sophisticated dinner parties, and daring political moves has passed. Burr's existence was restricted to an office, a modest living arrangement, and occasional social gatherings with a few acquaintances who tolerated his ruined reputation. In 1813, his daughter Theodore went missing at sea, causing personal anguish. She set sail from South Carolina to New York, but her ship disappeared. The cause, pirates, a storm, or mechanical breakdown, was unknown. Burr was saddened after losing the one person who had always trusted in him, despite the scandals. His diaries from this period reveal intense anguish and a sense of universal unfairness. He lost his wife years ago, abandoned his political career, and now his daughter has vanished. Burr drifted through duties in the 1810s, surviving but troubled. Occasionally, acquaintances spotted flashes of his previous charm, sly humour, and acute mind capable of dissecting a legal case. It was as if he had subdued a formidable force. The press scarcely mentioned him, merely reporting the occasional lawsuit or article. As the War of 1812 ended and the country entered the era of good feelings, Burr stayed on the sidelines, a reminder of a more turbulent era. Burr's attention switched to urgent problems as new leaders defined the Republic's future. leaving him unsure whether he could redeem his tarnished reputation. Aaron Burr, a lawyer in New York in the 1820s, lived in obscurity and had few illusions. His survival abilities remained good. He handled a continuous flow of legal cases, including contract disputes, estate matters, and occasionally criminal defence. Elder residents in the city's quiet corners remembered his flashy youth, while younger residents considered him a footnote to the Hamilton duel or a cautionary tale. When an enthusiastic journalist attempted to interview him about those exciting occurrences, Burr, while cordial, remained evasive or imprecise. Burr maintained a sense of old optimism, believing that fate may yet surprise him. He prioritised personal interactions, developing friendships with progressive minds in the community. These included academics, voting rights activists, and women's rights pioneers. Some thought it strange that the former conspirator mixed with them, but Burr relished having robust debates about social changes. He was the father who advocated for Theodosia's education, feeling society undervalued women's contributions. Years passed, and Burr would occasionally fly upstate for work or to see friends. The Erie Canal's development in the 1820s demonstrated New York's commercial advancement, placing him behind. Younger politicians, such as DeWitt Clinton, emerged as the city's lights, overshadowing Burr's legacy. He walked by the new canal locks, surveying the mass of workers and business people, privately realising that these infrastructure accomplishments defined a future he had aspired to influence as a politician. He was consistently unable to establish financial stability. Debts accumulated, forcing Burr to seek clients relentlessly. His previously raw charisma had faded, but in brief contacts with clients or local clerks, that disarming aspect still flared. He did not marry again. Rumours of covert liaisons circulated, but none evolved into a bond that matched Theodosia's unwavering loyalty. Burr told a close friend that he felt older than his years, as if the burdens of scandal, exile, and heartache had aged him prematurely. Burr married Eliza Jumel in 1833, a wealthy widow who was thought to be America's richest lady. Observers suggested that it was a convenient marriage, with both partners pursuing financial or social advantage. The union rapidly became contentious. Jumel expressed concern about Burr's excessive spending and his possible grandiosity. They split up within a year, resulting in a contentious divorce that harmed his public image even further. The fiasco demonstrated how Burr's personal life, long concealed by the political issues, had created new talk with no true atonement. The national stage had progressed. Andrew Jackson was a populist president who frequently cited the founders but rarely recognised Burr. John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Daniel Webster were significant contributors in shaping policy regarding the Bank of the United States, tariffs, and westward development. Burr's era of duels and conspiracies appeared antiquated in an America enthralled by new frontiers and industrial expansion. He read articles about inventions such as the Reaper and Cotton gin, recognising that the country was headed toward a future in which his personal political style would be less important. By the mid-1830s, Burr's health had deteriorated. Time had worn him down, and each winter brought merciless cold. He carried on with his everyday responsibilities, but the old spark was mostly lost. He took solace in reading classics from his Princeton days, occasionally making notes in the margins about power's illusions or destiny's frailty. A few visitors, drawn to his memories of the founding era, found him open but curiously distant. He can now say Hamilton's name without venom, as if recalling a tragedy he hardly remembers. Aaron Burr had a stroke in 1836. He was crippled on one side and confined to a boarding home on Staten Island. His youth was full of promise, and his middle years caused national turmoil. In brief periods of awareness, he apparently displayed neither sorrow nor contrition, only a stoic acceptance of fate's will. He died on September 14th, 1836, at the age of 80. The event hardly warranted front-page coverage. America was obsessed with economic debates, scarcely commemorating the death of one of its most divisive early leaders. Burr's death was announced to those who cherished his memory. Several tributes praised his intelligence, service in the Revolution, and advocacy for women's education. There were numerous references to Hamilton's duel and the treason trial. Relatives planned a quiet burial, but turnout was sparse, overshadowed by the bustling city that had moved on. The former vice president quietly fled the stage, leaving a legacy marked by scandal, brilliance, and suspicion about squandered opportunities. Long after Aaron Burr's death, his story continued to cast a conflicting shadow over American memory. On the one hand, he was a Revolutionary War hero who fought alongside the Patriots to achieve independence. He was also a progressive lawyer, among the first to advocate for expanded roles for women, particularly in education. However, the infamous episodes, like the deadly duel with Alexander Hamilton, the treason trial, and the questionable frontier deals, overshadowed these virtues. Each generation that reviewed Burr's life discovered a new perspective, transforming him into everything from a sad anti-hero to a cautionary tale of uncontrolled ambition. Throughout the 19th century, historians rejected Burr as the man who assassinated Hamilton, an unforgivable deed in a pantheon that extolled the founding generation's genius. Hamilton's star rose posthumously, while Burr fell more into contempt. Rivalries over economic measures, such as the National Bank, faded in importance, but the allure of human conflict persisted in the popular culture. Dueling had already lost social acceptance, making Burr appear antiquated. School children were taught simplified versions. Hamilton, the noble statesman, succumbed to Burr, the dishonest opportunist. However, some contrarian thinkers discovered complexities in Burr's record. They emphasised that he was among the first politicians to use modern campaign organisation strategies, garnering grassroots support rather than relying solely on elites. They pointed out that Burr's efforts to ensure equitable education for his daughter Theodosia demonstrated progressive tendencies. The question persisted: how could a man with such promise become so despised? These questions prompted a re-evaluation of the founding period, revealing that the distinctions between hero and villain were never as clear as textbooks suggested. In the early 20th century, authors and dramatists discovered a treasure trove in Burr's life: the romance with Theodosia's mother, the agony of Theodosia's disappearance, and the cloak and dagger atmosphere of the purported southwestern conspiracy. Fictional works depicted a broken soul who, hated by Jefferson and maligned by Hamilton, went to desperate lengths to save an epic destiny. Audiences absorbed these stories, partially realising they were reading gossip rather than history. Meanwhile, academic historians amassed additional evidence from archives, portraying Burr as neither completely wicked nor wholly misunderstood, just extremely ambitious in an era of unbreakable connections. Then came increased attention in the 20th century, as historians shifted their focus to the roles that the individuals performed outside of traditional narratives. Burr's covert promotion of women's education drew more notice. Researchers investigated correspondence between Burr and his daughter, discovering emotional depth and intellectual synergy that was unusual for that paternal time. These glimpses complicated the typical condemnation. Some researchers argued that Burr's notion of personal dignity was more associated with old-world aristocratic traditions, contradicting the emerging American expectation of free, moral democracy. This encounter could have fueled the Hamilton duel and the eventual disaster. For modern viewers, perhaps the most compelling aspect of Burr's story is the conflict between personal ambition and national unity. He rose to the position of vice president, only to let hatred drive him to a fatal encounter. He soared again, envisioning new horizons in the southwest, only to fall into a maze of accused treason. The recurring theme is self-sabotage, a gifted mind undermined by circumstance and personality. That dynamic resonates in an America still plagued by figures who cross moral boundaries in pursuit of personal goals. In historical memory, Burr stands out among the founders. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander Hamilton are honoured with monuments and coinage. Burr's physical memorials are limited, an occasional plaque, a brief remark in an old churchyard. Nonetheless, his ghost lingers in the shadows of the founding story, telling us that the line between brilliance and destruction, loyalty and betrayal, can be unsettlingly narrow. The story also highlights how personal grievances can impact political outcomes in an era when the limits of Republican rule are still being tested. Finally, Burr's biography leads us to consider the complexity of ambition. He contributed to the revolution, championed revolutionary ideas about women's duties, and advocated for new types of political strategy. The killing bullet at Weehawken, however, overshadows all else, as do the conspiratorial rumours that landed him in a treason trial. As time passes, readers may ponder whether Burr was merely ahead of his time in terms of moral judgments, or if he was a cautionary character whose appetites and instincts led him wrong. Whatever the outcome, one fact remains: Aaron Burr embodies the turbulent junction of personal ambition and a maturing American republic. His biography, tinged with brilliance and tormented with sorrow, has us wondering about his exact place in the tapestry of the nation's foundation era. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorizing. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, The vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of Brownstone and in the country fields where he worked to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14th, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range. Penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognized a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernization of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognized that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organised the 1st US Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realise is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valour. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defence but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by a short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon, Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, It was Ares who symbolized the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialize him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small. Primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths, truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolized the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives. It symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognized that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if unconfidential relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment, he'd empower Trojan warriors. The next, he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea. The energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory but also recognised the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behaviour, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars's worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars's temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept, conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, Did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Ares, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatize the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. He's drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the World Wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Ares, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defense and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognized war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Ares thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Ares was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Ares. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by contending gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by the tales of valour and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Ares is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes, from bronze spears to nuclear arsenals, but the core impulse remains. Ares stands eternal, no longer needing sacrifices in quiet shrines, yet thriving wherever conflict looms. Through him, we witness a facet of ourselves that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, our capacity to wage war, and perhaps one day to master it. In 1907, on a warm spring day, Janet Waterford entered a world that had yet to imagine her possibilities, while the Wright brothers were still perfecting their flying machines, and powered flight was a novelty for daredevils and dreamers. Born in Griffin, Georgia, to parents who had witnessed the tail end of Reconstruction, Janet arrived during an era when black Americans were fighting for basic respect and dignity, let alone the freedom to soar through the skies. The conventional narratives about Janet often begin with her nursing career, or jump straight to her aviation accomplishments. But what shaped the woman who would challenge both racial and gender boundaries in American aviation? The answer lies partly in the intellectual atmosphere of her childhood home, where her father, an architect and builder, instilled in her not just the confidence to pursue education, but a fundamental understanding of structural integrity, balance, and design. concepts that would later serve her well in aviation. Janet's mother, a seamstress whose deft fingers crafted garments that transformed their wearers, demonstrated daily how precision and attention to detail could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Between them, they created a household where Janet learned that buildings could rise and fabric could flow into new forms with the application of knowledge and skill. When the Waterford family relocated to Chicago during Janet's youth, they joined the wave of Black Americans participating in the Great Migration. However, unlike many families who were forced north by economic desperation or violent persecution, the Waterfords moved with relative privilege and preparation. This distinction rarely appears in summaries of Janet's life, yet it provided her with a crucial foundation. She arrived in Chicago not as a refugee, but as a young woman with resources and family support, poised to take advantage of urban educational opportunities. At Wendell Phillips High School, Janet distinguished herself not through extraordinary academic performance, as many biographical sketches suggest, but through her unusual combination of interests. While her female classmates focused on domestic sciences or teaching, Janet gravitated toward the mechanical drawing classes dominated by boys. She didn't merely participate, she questioned the instructors about the mechanics of engines and structural stability, connecting these concepts to her father's work. After graduation, Janet made what appeared to be a conventional choice for a young black woman and of her era, nursing school. Yet her selection of this path reveals something more calculated than conformity. Nursing represented one of the few professional fields open to black women that offered both financial stability and social respect. The Provident Hospital School of Nursing, where Janet enrolled, had been founded by Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, a pioneering black surgeon who performed one of the first successful heart surgeries. The institution embodied possibility within constraint, a concept Janet would later apply to her aviation career. What's often overlooked about Janet's nursing career was her specialization in public health rather than hospital nursing. This choice placed her at the intersection of science, education, and community advocacy, requiring her to develop skills in communicating complex information and navigating bureaucracies, abilities that would prove invaluable when she later confronted the aviation establishment. By 1929, when the stock market crashed and plunged America into the Great Depression, Janet had established herself as a successful public health nurse with financial security that few Americans of any background enjoyed during this period. This economic independence gave her the freedom to pursue aviation at a moment when most people were focused on basic survival. It was during a chance trolley ride through Chicago that Janet spotted a billboard advertising flying lessons. The conventional telling suggests the event was a whimsical moment of inspiration, but considering Janet's methodical character and long-standing interest in mechanics, it's more likely this advertisement crystallized an ambition she had been contemplating for some time. When she enrolled at the Aeronautical University, Janet wasn't just following a dream, she was making a calculated investment in her future. In 1929, aviation represented the forefront of technology and opportunity, just as computing or artificial intelligence would do decades later. Janet understood that mastering flight could provide opportunities beyond what black women in pre-war America typically had. The story of Janet Bragg is not just about breaking barriers, it's about strategic navigation of a system designed to exclude people like her before she ever touched an aircraft control. She had already developed the psychological architecture that would allow her to persist through rejections and setbacks. Her early life wasn't just a prelude, it was preparation. When Janet Waterford Bragg joined the Aeronautical University in Chicago, she entered a world constructed for white men. The aviation industry of the early 1930s wasn't merely segregated by custom, it was designed around the assumptions of male physicality and masculine social networks. Yet Janet's approach to this environment revealed a sophistication rarely highlighted in accounts of her life. Rather than confronting the system head-on, Janet adopted what might be called strategic assimilation. She dressed impeccably for every class, arriving in professional attire that commanded respect without drawing undue attention. Her notebooks, preserved in archives, show meticulous diagrams and calculations, evidence of her determination to master not just the minimum requirements, but also the underlying principles of aerodynamics and engine mechanics. The atmosphere at Aeronautical University was complex. While some instructors and students openly questioned her presence, others exhibited a sort of bemused tolerance, the kind reserved for novelties expected to eventually disappear. What none anticipated was Janet's quiet persistence. She absorbed technical information with remarkable efficiency, often spending evenings reviewing material multiple times to ensure mastery. What's seldom discussed in accounts of Janet's aviation journey is how she managed the emotional labour of being perpetually the only one in these spaces. Her journals suggest she developed a practice of deliberate detachment, treating subtle hostility as data rather than personal assault. This psychological strategy preserved her energy for the actual work of learning to fly. The formation of the Challenger Air Pilots Association in 1931 is often presented as a straightforward response to discrimination, but the organisation's structure reveals Janet's sophisticated understanding of collective action. When she and a small group of other black aviation students found themselves unable to secure adequate flight time at white-owned airfields, they didn't merely complain, they pooled their resources to purchase land in Robbins, Illinois, and build their own airfield. This airfield, eventually named Robbins Airport, represents a remarkable example of self-determination. The construction wasn't contracted out to professionals, but undertaken by the club members themselves. Janet, drawing on knowledge gained from her father's building career, participated actively in the physical labour of clearing land and constructing basic facilities. She later remarked that this hands-on involvement gave her an intimate understanding of airfield operations that many pilots never acquired. The purchase of the club's first aircraft reveals Janet's fiscal pragmatism. Rather than selecting the newest or most impressive model, the group chose a used but reliable Taylor Cub. Janet personally contributed a significant portion of the purchase price, leveraging her nursing salary at a time when many Americans were struggling through the Depression. When this first plane proved insufficient for their growing membership, Janet again stepped forward financially, helping to secure additional aircraft. The social dynamics within the Challenger Club deserve closer examination than they typically receive. While united by racial identity and aviation interest, the members brought diverse backgrounds and motivations to the organisation. Some were primarily recreational pilots, while others, like Janet, harboured professional ambitions. As one of the few women in the group, Janet navigated gender dynamics even within this space of racial solidarity. Her approach to leadership within the club avoided dramatic pronouncements or power struggles. Instead, she established influence through consistent contribution and quiet competence. When mechanical problems arose with club aircraft, Janet often stayed after others had left, working alongside the mechanics to understand each repair. This knowledge translated into respect among her peers, who increasingly turned to her for technical advice despite gender conventions of the era. The Challenger Club became more than just an aviation organisation. It functioned as a hub for Chicago's black professional class. Doctors, lawyers, educators and entrepreneurs were drawn to the airfield to witness what their community had built. Janet understood the symbolic importance of these gatherings and helped organise regular events that showcased black achievement in advanced technology. These occasions served the dual purpose of normalising black participation in aviation and building networks of support across professional fields. What's particularly notable about Janet's involvement with the Challenger Club was her insistence on formal documentation and record keeping. She maintained detailed logs of flights, maintenance schedules, and financial transactions, creating an institutional memory that helped the organisation weather turnover in membership. This administrative diligence reflected her understanding that the club needed to operate with exceptional professionalism to withstand scrutiny from authorities constantly looking for reasons to challenge black-owned enterprises. The Challenger Air Pilots Association represented more than an opportunity for flight training. It was a laboratory for community organisation and self-reliance. Janet's contributions extended far beyond her financial investments or technical knowledge. She helped establish a model for how excluded groups could create their own infrastructure rather than waiting for integration into existing systems. When Janet took her first solo flight from the Robbins Airfield in 1934, the achievement represented not just her personal milestone, but the success of a collective strategy. The small airstrip, carved from unforgiving Illinois prairie, stood as testimony to what determination and solidarity could accomplish in the face of systemic barriers. The lessons learned at Robbins would serve Janet well as she prepared to confront even more formidable obstacles on her path to commercial certification. By 1937, Janet Bragg had accumulated hundreds of flight hours and mastered the technical aspects of aviation to a degree that exceeded the requirements for commercial pilot certification. Yet when she appeared at the examination office in Chicago, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. The testing officer, a man who had routinely processed applications from white men with similar or lesser qualifications, suddenly became a guardian of impossibly high standards. What transpired that day has been summarized in many accounts as simple discrimination, but the mechanics of the rejection reveal something more insidious. The examiner refrained from explicitly citing her race or gender as disqualifications, as such blatant bias would have been too vulnerable to challenge. Instead, he subjected Janet to a series of increasingly technical questions about the engine components, and emergency procedures exceeded the standard examination protocol. Janet recognized the strategy. Her nursing career had taught her how systems maintain exclusion through selective application of rules rather than explicit prohibition. She answered each question with precision, drawing on the extensive technical knowledge she had accumulated not just through formal training, but through her hands-on experience maintaining aircraft at Robbins. When the oral examination failed to find her lacking, the examiner pivoted to scrutinizing her paperwork, questioning the legitimacy of her flight hours because they had been accumulated at a black-owned airfield. What followed was a masterclass in measured resistance. Rather than displaying anger that would have played into stereotypes about black women, Janet calmly requested written documentation of the specific deficiencies in her application. This simple administrative request flummoxed the examiner, who had expected either acquiescence or emotional reaction. When he reluctantly provided a vague written statement citing insufficient preparation, Janet secured the documentary evidence of discriminatory treatment that would later prove valuable. The rejection in Chicago pushed Janet to develop an innovative approach to certification. Through her network of aviation contacts, she learned that examiners in different regions sometimes applied standards differently. This geographical variation in discrimination, tighter in some regions, more permeable in others, is rarely discussed in accounts of segregation. Yet understanding these patterns was crucial for those attempting to navigate the system. Janet identified Tuskegee, Alabama, as a potential alternative testing location. The presence of the Tuskegee Institute and its emerging aviation program suggested the possibility of examiners more accustomed to evaluating black applicants. This strategic forum shopping required Janet to temporarily relocate, a significant investment of time and resources that demonstrated her commitment to certification. Upon arriving in Tuskegee in 1939, Janet discovered a community engaged in its own complex negotiations around race and aviation. The civilian pilot training program, recently established by the federal government, had reluctantly included a few black institutions among its approved training centers. Tuskegee's program was developing what would later become the foundation for the famed Tuskegee Airmen of World War II. Janet's reception at Tuskegee reveals the gender dynamics that complicated her journey. The male instructors and administrators, while supportive of black advancement in aviation, carried assumptions about women's capabilities that created a different kind of barrier. When she requested access to the program's more advanced aircraft for practice before her examination, she encountered resistance based not on her race, but on her gender. With characteristic adaptability, Janet shifted her approach. Rather than directly challenging gender preconceptions, she leveraged her medical background to position herself as uniquely qualified to understand the physiological aspects of flight. She offered to conduct informal information sessions on aviation medicine for the student pilots, creating value that earned her access to aircraft and instruction time. When the day of her Tuskegee examination arrived, Janet faced an unexpected challenge. The examiner, a white man from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, required her to perform her check ride in an unfamiliar aircraft with different handling characteristics than those she had trained on. This last-minute change, not applied to male applicants tested the same day, was clearly designed to disadvantage her. The flight test turned into an exercise in precision under pressure. As Janet executed each required maneuver, she maintained not just technical accuracy, but a demeanour of unflappable professionalism. The examiner, visibly searching for flaws, directed her through increasingly complex maneuvers, deviating from the standard examination protocol. When Janet successfully completed a particularly challenging landing, the frustration on the examiner's face betrayed his bias. The rejection that followed cited a single imperfect landing as justification, despite the fact that male pilots were routinely certified with similar or worse performance. What's remarkable about Janet's response was its strategic restraint. Rather than immediately protesting, she requested specific feedback on how to improve, positioning herself as a dedicated student rather than an aggrieved victim. This approach denied the examiner the satisfaction of seeing her discouraged and preserved her professional reputation within the Tuskegee aviation community. Janet's examination trials reveal something profound about how progress occurs. The conventional narrative of civil rights often focuses on dramatic confrontations and legal victories, but Janet's experience demonstrates the importance of persistent, strategic pressure at institutional boundaries. Each application, each examination, each professional interaction incrementally shifted expectations and established precedents that made the path slightly more navigable for those who would follow. Moreover, her willingness to repeatedly subject herself to evaluation, knowing the likelihood of biased rejection, required a particular kind of courage rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. This wasn't the adrenaline-fueled bravery of a single moment of protest, but the sustained emotional labour of maintaining dignity and determination in the face of systematic devaluation. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 transformed American society, creating opportunities for marginalised groups even as it imposed new constraints. For Janet Bragg, the war years represented not just a national crisis, but a complex reconfiguration of possibilities within aviation. As male pilots were rapidly absorbed into military service, the civilian aviation sector faced critical personnel shortages. This created opportunities previously inaccessible to women and people of colour. The Women's Air Force Service Pilots WASP program began recruiting female pilots to handle non-combat flying duties, from ferrying aircraft to training operations. Janet, with her extensive flight experience and technical knowledge, should have been an ideal candidate for the WASP program. Yet when she submitted her application in early 1942, she encountered a familiar barrier. The program, while willing to challenge gender conventions, maintained rigid racial exclusion. Throughout the program's existence, not a single black woman received acceptance. This rejection represents one of the most telling contradictions of wartime America. The nation mobilized around rhetoric of democracy and freedom while maintaining systems of segregation that undermined these very principles. For Janet, it crystallized the understanding that progress would never be granted through benevolence. It would need to be claimed through strategic persistence. Rather than allowing this setback to derail her aviation ambitions, Janet pivoted toward an area where her combined medical and aeronautical knowledge created unique value. The emerging field of aviation medicine was gaining importance as military pilots encountered physiological challenges at high altitudes and under combat stress. Janet developed a specialized knowledge base that bridged her two professional identities. She secured a position at the Howard University Medical School, where researchers were studying the physiological impacts of high-altitude flying on pilot performance. This work placed Janet at the intersection of two fields, aviation and medicine, where she could contribute meaningfully without requiring immediate acceptance as a pilot. The research had particular relevance for black pilots training at Tuskegee, who were subject to additional scrutiny regarding their physical fitness for combat flying. Accounts that solely focus on Janet's piloting achievements often overlook her work during this period, yet her contributions to aviation medicine helped establish protocols for oxygen use, recognition of hypoxia symptoms, and strategies for managing G-force effects, knowledge that benefited all pilots, regardless of race or gender. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Chicago aviation community, returning regularly to fly at Robbins Airfield and mentor newer pilots in the Challenger Air Pilots Association. The wartime gasoline rationing created significant challenges for civilian recreational flying, but Janet leveraged her medical credentials to secure fuel allocations by framing her flights as essential professional development related to her aviation medicine work. This period also saw Janet develop sophisticated strategies for navigating segregated aviation facilities when travelling. She compiled what amounted to a personal green book for black pilots, a network of airfields, mechanics, and lodgings that would accommodate African American aviators. This knowledge became a valuable resource shared among the small community of black pilots who continued civilian flying during the war years. Perhaps the most significant wartime development for Janet was her persistent pursuit of commercial certification, culminating in her successful examination in 1943. The details of this achievement deserve closer examination than they typically receive. The certification occurred not because discrimination had suddenly disappeared, but because pilot shortages had become so acute that the Civil Aeronautics Authority faced pressure to utilize all qualified personnel. The examiner who finally signed off on Janet's commercial license, a man named Harold Wallum, later acknowledged that he had approached her test with heightened scrutiny, but found her performance impossible to fault. This backhanded compliment reveals much about the nature of progress. Janet didn't succeed because the system had become fair, but because she had prepared so thoroughly that even an unfair system couldn't reasonably reject her. With commercial certification secured, Janet began seeking commercial flying opportunities, only to discover that the same wartime conditions that had made certification possible also limited civilian commercial operations. Airlines were primarily engaged in military transport contracts, and their hiring remained restricted by both racial and gender barriers. Rather than waiting for these barriers to fall, Janet created her own opportunity by establishing a small aerial photography business. Using her own aircraft, she secured contracts to photograph real estate developments and construction projects from the air, providing valuable documentation for investors and insurance companies. This entrepreneurial venture allowed her to log commercial flight hours and generate income from aviation without requiring institutional acceptance from established carriers. The war years also deepened Janet's involvement with the Tuskegee Aviation program, where she served as an informal advisor on both medical and operational matters. Her presence as a commercially certified black female pilot provided a powerful counterpoint to those who questioned black pilots' capabilities. When Tuskegee airmen returned from combat missions in Europe with distinguished records, Janet helped document and publicize their achievements, understanding the importance of making black excellence in aviation visible to both African American communities and the broader public. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Janet found herself in a transformed aviation landscape, one with new possibilities but also revived restrictions as returning white male veterans reclaimed positions throughout the industry. The strategies she had developed during the war years would prove essential as she navigated the complex terrain of post-war aviation. The immediate post-war period presented a paradoxical landscape for Janet Bragg. The same GI Bill that created unprecedented educational and economic opportunities for millions of white veterans systematically excluded many black service members, particularly in the South. The aviation industry, which had reluctantly opened some doors during wartime necessity, began reinstating exclusionary practices as white men returned to civilian life. Rather than focusing solely on her individual advancement, Janet recognized the opportunity to build institutional capacity for black participation in aviation. This period marked a shift in her approach, from proving her capabilities to creating systems that would nurture the next generation of black aviators. In 1946, Janet and several Challenger Club members established Bragg Air Service, a fixed-base operation providing aircraft maintenance, flight instruction, and charter services. Located at Robbins Airfield, the business represented more than a commercial venture. It was an institution designed to normalize black presence in aviation commerce. The structure of Bragg Air Service reveals Janet's business acumen. Rather than competing directly with larger operations serving white clientele, she positioned her company to meet specialized needs within Chicago's growing black middle class. As property ownership increased among African Americans, aerial photography for insurance and development purposes created a market niche that white-owned aviation businesses rarely served effectively. Additionally, Bragg Air Service specialized in maintenance for smaller aircraft owners who often found themselves overlooked by larger service operations. Janet recruited and trained black mechanics, creating employment opportunities while building essential technical capacity within the community. Her insistence on meticulous record-keeping and certification documentation protected the business from the excessive regulatory scrutiny often applied to black-owned enterprises. What's particularly noteworthy about this period in Janet's life was her development of an informal apprenticeship system. Recognizing that formal aviation training remained largely inaccessible to young black aspirants, she created structured opportunities for them to gain experience at Robbins Airfield. Young people began in ground operations, fueling aircraft, cleaning hangars, managing paperwork, while receiving incremental exposure to flight operations and maintenance procedures. Several teenagers who started sweeping the Bragg Air Service hangar eventually became licensed pilots and aviation professionals, their paths facilitated by Janet's deliberate mentorship. She understood that representation alone was insufficient. The pipeline required active development and protection. During this same period, Janet expanded her property investments, purchasing several apartment buildings in Chicago's South Side. This diversification provided financial stability that supported her aviation activities during periods when the business faced challenges. It also gave her leverage within Chicago's business community, where property ownership translated into political influence. Janet utilized this influence strategically, advocating for infrastructure improvements at Robbins Airfield and fighting against zoning changes that threatened its operation. When developers began eyeing the airfield land for residential construction in the late 1940s, Janet organized a coalition of business owners and aviation enthusiasts to protect this crucial community asset. The preservation of Robbins Airfield became a case study in community resistance to development pressures that frequently targeted black-owned spaces. Janet framed the airfield not merely as a business location, but as an educational institution and point of pride for Chicago's African-American community. This reframing helped secure political support that other black businesses often lacked. Janet's activism extended beyond local aviation concerns to national policy discussions. She became involved with the National Airmen's Association of America, an organization advocating for integration of commercial airlines and expanded opportunities for black pilots. Her approach to advocacy reflected her nursing background, methodically documenting disparities, presenting evidence rather than accusations, and proposing specific remedies rather than general grievances. When major airlines began considering token integration in the late 1940s, Janet positioned herself as a resource for companies navigating unfamiliar territory. Rather than adopting an adversarial stance, she offered her expertise in managing the complexities of integration, drawing parallels to processes she had observed in healthcare settings. This strategic positioning allowed her to influence hiring discussions without being dismissed as merely self-interested. Simultaneously, Janet continued her own professional development, securing additional ratings and certifications that enhanced her credibility within aviation circles. She obtained instrument and multi-engine ratings, completing training at facilities that had previously excluded black pilots. Each credential she added signified not only her personal accomplishments, but also another breach in the system of segregation. By 1950, Janet had built a multifaceted career that spanned aviation, healthcare, and real estate, an unusual portfolio that provided both financial security and multiple platforms for advancing equity. What makes her approach during this period particularly instructive was her recognition that progress required both persistent individual excellence and institutional development. She understood that proving black capability was necessary but insufficient. The creation of sustaining structures was equally essential. The aviation community Janet helped build at Robbins became more than a collection of pilots and mechanics. It functioned as an educational ecosystem where knowledge circulated freely across generational and experiential boundaries. Veteran pilots mentored newcomers, mechanics shared specialized knowledge, and Janet ensured that business skills, bookkeeping, customer service, regulatory compliance were transmitted alongside technical aviation skills. This holistic approach to community capacity building represented a sophisticated response to systemic exclusion. Rather than focusing exclusively on individual achievements or symbolic firsts, Janet invested in creating an environment where black excellence in aviation could become self-sustaining and continuously regenerating. The dawn of the organized civil rights movement in the 1950s presented Janet Bragg with both new opportunities and complex choices, as public attention increasingly focused on racial discrimination. Janet found herself navigating the delicate balance between her established strategies of incremental progress and this movement's growing emphasis on direct action and visible protest. Janet's approach to civil rights advocacy was shaped by her experiences in both aviation and healthcare, fields where precision, careful preparation, and attention to detail were matters of life and death. Rather than participating in marches or demonstrations, she leveraged her professional standing to challenge discrimination through institutional channels that were often invisible to the public, but nonetheless effective in creating concrete change. In 1954, when the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision theoretically ended segregation in the public education, Janet recognized implications for aviation training that few others identified. She immediately began compiling evidence of continuing discrimination in federally funded flight training programs, documenting instances where qualified black applicants were rejected from programs that received government support. Working through professional networks rather than public campaigns, Janet arranged meetings with Federal Aviation Administration officials to present her findings. Her presentation style was characteristically strategic, framing the issue not as moral outrage, but as regulatory non-compliance that exposed the agency to legal liability and negative publicity. This behind-the-scenes advocacy contributed to policy revisions requiring aviation training programs receiving federal funds to document their admissions decisions and demonstrate non-discrimination. While less dramatic than televised protests, these administrative changes created accountability mechanisms that gradually increased black access to professional flight training. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Tuskegee aviation community, which was undergoing its own transition as military service opportunities expanded for black pilots following President Truman's 1948 executive order desegregating the armed forces. She developed a remarkable pattern of support for young black men entering Air Force training, creating an informal network that connected Tuskegee veterans with new recruits. This mentorship took practical forms. Janet regularly hosted gatherings where experienced pilots shared strategies for navigating military aviation culture with newcomers. These sessions addressed not just technical flying skills but the psychological aspects of performing under the heightened scrutiny that black military aviators still faced despite formal desegregation. Janet's Chicago apartment became a way station for black pilots travelling between assignments, providing not just lodging, but a crucial sense of community and continuity in a field where isolation often compounded other challenges. This role as community anchor rarely appears in official histories, but emerges consistently in the personal reminiscences of black aviators from this period. By the late 1950s, Janet had developed a sophisticated understanding of how integration functioned in practice rather than theory. She observed that mere removal of explicit exclusionary policies rarely translated into meaningful inclusion without additional structural changes. Drawing on this insight, she began advocating for specific reforms in commercial aviation hiring, including blind initial application reviews and standardized technical assessment procedures. Janet approached United Airlines in 1958 with a proposal for revising their pilot hiring process, positioning her suggestions as improvements in merit-based selection rather than diversity initiatives. This framing, which emphasized operational excellence rather than social justice, proved effective in an industry where safety concerns could override even entrenched prejudice. While United didn't immediately implement her recommendations, the dialogue she initiated contributed to gradual reforms over subsequent years. Throughout this period, Janet maintained her multifaceted professional identity, continuing her nursing career while operating Bragg Air Service and managing her real estate investments. This diversification provided not just financial stability but multiple platforms from which to advance equity goals. When direct progress in aviation stalled, she could shift focus to healthcare integration or community development through her property holdings. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the early 1960s, Janet faced questions about her relatively low profile in public activism. Some younger advocates criticized her incremental approach as insufficiently bold, suggesting her professional success had distanced her from the urgency of racial justice. Janet's response to such criticism revealed her strategic thinking about social change. In a 1960 speech to the Negro Airmen International Convention, she articulated what might be called a theory of specialized contribution. Not everyone can or should be on the front lines of protest. Some of us must work within systems to bring about changes from the inside. Some must build alternative structures that demonstrate what is possible. Some must document and preserve our achievements so they cannot be erased. This perspective reflected her understanding that movements require diverse tactics and multiple points of pressure to succeed. Janet wasn't opposed to direct action. She provided financial support to several civil rights organizations and opened her properties to activists needing safe accommodation during Chicago campaigns. But she recognized that her most effective contribution came through different channels. The 1963 March on Washington represented a pivotal moment in Janet's relationship with the broader civil rights movement. Though she attended the march, she participated not as an individual, but as a representative of black aviation professionals, carrying documentation of the field's racial disparities to distribute to congressional offices, while others gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. This characteristic approach, leveraging moments of high visibility to advance specific policy objectives, typified Janet's pragmatic activism. While others created essential public pressure through mass mobilization, she worked to translate that pressure into concrete regulatory and institutional changes that would outlast any single demonstration. By the mid-1960s, As the Civil Rights Movement achieved legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Janet turned her attention to ensuring effective implementation in aviation contexts. She developed monitoring systems to track hiring patterns at airlines and training institutions, creating accountability through data rather than relying solely on legal mandates. This period also saw Janet increase her focus on gender equity within aviation, recognizing that racial barriers were often compounded by gender discrimination. She began formally mentoring young black women interested in aviation careers, helping them navigate the distinct challenges created by the intersection of race and gender bias. Janet's navigation of the civil rights era demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how social change occurs, not just through visible moments of confrontation and legislative victories, but through persistent pressure on multiple fronts, including the unglamorous work of policy implementation and institutional reform. As Janet Bragg entered her later years, she confronted a challenge familiar to many pioneers, the risk of having her contributions minimized or forgotten, as the very barriers she helped dismantle became less visible to subsequent generations. Her response to this challenge reveals as much about her character as her earlier achievements. Rather than focusing on securing personal recognition, Janet dedicated herself to documenting the broader history of black aviation. Throughout the 1970s, she systematically collected photographs, logbooks, correspondence, and oral histories from aging members of the Challenger Air Pilots Association and other early black aviators. She conducted this archival work with the same methodical attention she had given to her nursing and flying careers. Janet understood that preservation of this history served multiple purposes. It provided validation for those who had struggled against overwhelming odds, created educational resources for young people who might otherwise assume aviation had always been accessible, and established an evidentiary record that prevented historical revisionism about when and how integration had occurred. In 1976, as the nation celebrated its bicentennial with numerous historical exhibitions and publications, Janet noticed the near-total absence of black aviators from these commemorations. Rather than merely protesting this omission, she developed a travelling exhibition titled Black Wings, featuring photographs and artefacts from her growing collection. What made this exhibition remarkable was Janet's insistence that it appear not just in traditionally black institutions, but in mainstream aviation museums and events. When the Experimental Aircraft Association initially declined to host the exhibition at its annual Air Venture gathering in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Janet didn't accept the rejection. Instead, she enlisted support from several prominent white pilots she had befriended over decades in aviation, creating the external pressure needed to reverse the decision. The exhibition's appearance at Air Venture in 1977 marked a turning point in public recognition of black contributions to aviation history. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts encountered this history for the first time, many expressing surprise at its depth and significance. Janet personally guided special tours for aviation journalists, ensuring the exhibition received coverage in the industry publications that reached audiences beyond those physically attending the event. This period also saw Janet emerge as a sought-after speaker, particularly as women's increasing entry into aviation created interest in female pioneers. Her presentations were notable not for dramatic oratory, but for their precision and evidentiary approach. Rather than telling her personal story in isolation, she consistently placed her experiences within broader historical contexts, connecting individual achievements to collective struggles for equality. In academic settings, Janet became an important primary source for researchers studying aviation history, women's history, and African American history. Her meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable to scholars who had previously struggled to document aspects of black aviation history obscured by institutional neglect and deliberate erasure. Janet's relationship with younger black aviators during this period deserves particular attention. As commercial airlines finally began hiring black pilots in meaningful numbers during the 1970s and 1980s, many sought out Janet for guidance on navigating predominantly white institutions. Her advice reflected decades of accumulated wisdom about when to challenge discrimination directly and when to focus on excellence as its form of resistance. Several pilots who would later reach senior positions at major carriers cited Janet's mentorship as crucial to their ability to persist through difficult early experiences. Her apartment in Chicago. It remained a gathering place where multiple generations of black aviation professionals could share strategies and support across experiential divides. In 1986, Janet received belated recognition from the Federal Aviation Administration with their Pioneer Award, acknowledging her contributions to American aviation. The ceremony brought together aviation officials who had once denied her opportunities with younger administrators who had benefited from the changes she helped create. This juxtaposition might have invited bitterness, but Janet approached the occasion with characteristic grace and strategic focus. She used her acceptance speech not for personal vindication, but to highlight continuing disparities in aviation access and employment. By presenting current statistics alongside historical context, she made clear that while progress had occurred, the work remained unfinished. This approach transformed what might have been merely commemorative into a call for ongoing commitment to equity. As Janet entered her 90s, she began the process of ensuring her collection would remain accessible after her lifetime. Rather than waiting for institutions to approach her, she actively researched for potential repositories, evaluating their commitment to making materials available to both scholars and community members. She ultimately divided her papers between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and the Atlanta University Center archives, creating multiple access points to this crucial history. Janet Bragg passed away in 1993 at the age of 86, having witnessed transformations in American aviation that would have seemed impossible when she took her first flight lessons in 1933. At the time of her death, black pilots commanded jumbo jets for major carriers, served as astronauts in the space program, and held leadership positions in aviation organizations that had once excluded them entirely. Yet Janet's most profound legacy may lie not in these visible markers of progress, but in the approach to change she embodied throughout her life. She demonstrated that effective advocacy requires not just courage and persistence, but strategic thinking about where and how to apply pressure. She understood that systems change through multiple mechanisms: legal challenges, policy reforms, economic leverage, cultural shifts, and individual excellence all playing necessary roles. Perhaps most importantly, Janet Bragg's life illustrates that history is not merely something that happens to people, but something they actively shape through deliberate choices and sustained commitment. She didn't simply participate in the evolution of American aviation. She helped direct its course through strategic action at key moments.